Good evening, everyone. My name is Andre LaRue. I'm the chair of the Medford Community Development Board, and I open the July 21st, 2021
This meeting is being recorded.
Of the board. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this hearing of the Medford Community Development Board will be conducted via remote means. Members of the public who wish to access the meeting may do so by accessing the meeting link contained herein. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, and public participation in any public hearing during this meeting shall be by remote means only. And a reminder to everyone to participate during the meeting outside of the Zoom platform. Questions and comments may be mailed to ocd@medford-ma.gov or submitted via phone to 781-393-2480. The meeting will be streamed live via Medford Community Media on channels Comcast 22 and Verizon 43. All votes will be roll call votes, so please, a reminder to introduce yourself each time you speak. And to mute yourself if you are not speaking. Thank you. Again, since the recording started a few seconds late, this is the Medford Community Development Board meeting of July 21st, 2021. First item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the meeting of last month, June 10th, 2021. Are there any comments or questions by board members about the minutes? Edits, feedback.
Andre, this is David.
Yes, David.
In the absence of other comments, I'd like to propose a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting.
Thank you, David. There's a motion on the floor to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
This is Deanna. Go ahead.
Nope.
This is Deanna. I'll second.
Thanks, Deanna. There's a motion with a second to approve the minutes. Roll call vote. Deanna Peabody.
Aye.
Christy Dowd.
Aye.
Jackie Furtado.
Aye.
Wes Andreasen.
Aye.
David Blumberg.
Aye.
And I will abstain because I was not present at last month's meeting. So thank you, Jackie, for chairing last month or a couple weeks. So thank you. The motion passes to approve the minutes. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing for a special permit site plan review application for 640 to 760 Fellsway. Sorry,
Yes.
the pauses, just because there's a lot of, I have to read the public hearing announcement. There's a lot of windows to manage here. Public hearing notice, City of Medford Community Development Board, 640 to 760 Fellsway, July 21st, 2021. The Medford Community Development Board shall conduct a public hearing on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021 at 6 p.m. via Zoom remote video conferencing relative to a special permit site plan review application submitted by BioLife Plasma Services, LP, to perform a tenant fit out to an existing tenant space on the property at 640 to 760 Fellsway. The scope of work for this project consists of performing interior renovations and reconfiguration of the exterior loading and facade of the building to convert an existing tenant space formerly used as Modell's Sporting Goods into a plasma donation center, which is located in a commercial C1 zoning district and is therefore an allowed use. Copy of the application may be viewed in the Office of Community Development, room 308, or on the city's website by clicking on current CD board filings. Open the public hearing. Kathleen Desmond, representing the proponent, would you be able to explain a little bit further about the project we're considering tonight?
Certainly. Good evening, Chairman LaRue, board members. With me this evening are Dwayne Musser and Jason Harder of Built to Suit, Inc. They're here on behalf of the applicant, BioLife Plasma Services Limited. In addition, Karen Johnson of Charter Realty Development is here on behalf of the owner of the subject property, Fellsway Plaza Limited Partnership. John Lorden, project manager at Ty and Bond Engineering, is also here, as well as Patrick Dunford, the project traffic consultant and also a project manager with BHB. This evening, the applicant, BioLife Plasma Services, is seeking a site plan special permit from this board. By way of introduction, the applicant, BioLife Plasma Services, is a company dedicated to developing plasma-based therapies that contribute to the creation of innovative treatments for medical conditions such as hemophilia, immunodeficiencies, and other genetic disorders. BioLife facilities, such as the one being proposed, collect plasma donations from healthy adult donors by a process similar to that of blood donations. The collected plasma is then processed and utilized in the development of advanced medical treatments. The proposed site, as mentioned, is located within the C1 district, where medical office uses is allowed as of right. While the use is permitted within the district and there's no intent to alter the existing footprint of the structure itself, Section 94-332(7) of the Medford zoning ordinance defines a major project to include medical offices containing 5,000 square feet or more of gross floor area, thereby requiring and necessitating a special permit by this board. By way of background, the subject site is situated within the Fellsway Plaza Shopping Center, located on Route 28 in Medford. The shopping center is comprised of 3 separate parcels of land, each owned by separate entities. John, if you could share your screen and put up the site plan so we can show the board.
Yeah, I hope I have permission.
Looks like you do.
Okay. It is not giving me an option to select a screen. It lets me toggle between one participant or multiple.
Oh. And I can share my screen if John's not able to.
John, you should, if you click just the share screen as opposed to like the little up caret arrow next to it, I think you should be able to share.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as you can see, the parcel is situated in the center of what is essentially the Fellsway Plaza Shopping Center. The subject site has a land area of 666,734 square feet. There are 3 separate buildings located on the subject property. The first being down here, which is the Century Bank area. It has a gross floor area of approximately 3,075 square feet. The next parcel is that building is occupied by the Stop and Shop supermarket that has a gross floor area of approximately 63,386 square feet. And the subject building, which is immediately adjacent to the Stop and Shop building, which has approximately 84,952 square feet. The portion of the building to be occupied by BioLife, which is in maroon and is at the opposite end of the lot, adjacent to the New Creek LLC property. They actually share a party wall, is approximately 20,300 square feet and was, as indicated, formerly occupied by Modell's, a retail sporting goods shop. Modell's closed their doors in August of 2020, and of significance too, the space adjacent to that property, which is approximately 4,400 square feet, is also vacant. That closed its doors back in October of 2019. The project before the board is primarily involving repurposing and refitting the interior area of this 20,300 square foot space. There are minor cosmetic changes to the facade of the building. John, can you go to that page, I believe? So this is the Modell's building down below, which shows you what it looked like at that when it was what's existing essentially. What is proposed to do is to change obviously the signage to BioLife Plasma Services to include a couple of additional windows on the front of the facade and to the side. And those are essentially the changes that are being made to the exterior of the front of the building. In addition to those changes, there are some changes being made to the loading dock area. And if you can go, okay, which includes the addition of an exterior raised platform and a dumpster pad located at the rear. As indicated by the city engineer, this doesn't involve any regrading or surface work. So it's just an improvement that doesn't involve any digging of any real sort. Lastly, the other improvement which is being made relates to the signage located nearest the Riverside Ave entrance. And again, that is just removing the signage which relates to Modell's and including the BioLife sign. As the project is very limited in scope, we have requested a number of waivers as to the site plan requirement. And I believe that you should have those in your package. The city engineering department has taken no exception to the requested waivers. And I can run through the waivers now or at the close of the presentation based on the preference of the board. It may be best to wait until all of the presenters have shown you what's involved.
Yeah, let's wait till the end of the presentation.
Okay. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Dwayne Messer of Suit to Build. He will provide you some more details as to the operation of the company and also specifics as to what types of improvements they're making in the floor plan and also the dumpster area. Dwayne. I did see him.
I should also note while we're doing this that our land use planner, who has been staffing the board for the last couple of years, Annie Streetman, has departed, and we have a new planner helping us out today from the Office of Community Development, Amanda Centrella. So Amanda, thank you very much for all your help in preparing the materials and staffing us tonight.
Thank you. Excited to be working with you all.
I did see Dwayne. Is he having trouble with his microphone?
Kathleen, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yep, sorry about that. Yes, this is Dwayne Musser with Build to Suit. John, if you could pull up the floor plan, I could run through the interior real quick. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. So as Kathleen stated, we're taking over the vacant space, approximately 20,300 square feet. This is a 60-bed facility for BioLife, 60 possible donors at one time. And the operation is by appointment only. So all patients, all clients make appointments and show up at their allotted time. The process starts with each client going through a health screening process before they make any donations. That process at the first appointment lasts a couple hours, and after they pass all the health screening, then they can come back and make their donation. That they go through another smaller health screening before each donation, and the health screening, that donation can last 45 to maybe 60 minutes. But basically you have the front entryway at the front of the building, similar to where Modell's was. That is for patients only. And all the operations are up front. The exam rooms, the waiting area are in the front. Restrooms for the clients. There's some office area off to the side for staff and managers. And then the large area you can see kind of on the bottom of the floor plan is the 60 beds. In the back of house is the plasma processing. There is a large freezer box kind of in the middle of that back of house where the plasma is stored. And then the rear of the building is the receiving area for dry goods that are used during the operation. I'd also like to point out there is a biohazard room off to the side that is a secured room that's accessed by staff only, and then the biohazard is removed by a national company that handles that material. As far as the exterior additions that Kathleen mentioned, we'd be upgrading the facade as far as signage and painting at the back of the house, be removing the existing loading dock, expanding it a little bit, and then adding a secured locked dumpster. And then there's a ramp, obviously, to get material up and out of the building. And like Kathleen stated, the exterior work is very minimal. Would be cutting and removing some existing asphalt to put in new footings and foundations for the ramp and dumpster, and then repaving around that. So very minimal impacts to the exterior. Kathleen also covered the signage on the front of the building and an addition of a panel on one of the existing pylons. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Can you just explain the reefer trailer location that's there on the diagram?
Yes, absolutely. I should have said, thank you. So the reefer trailer is just in case of emergency. The reefer trailer is not there permanently. In fact, it only shows up in case of a power outage for an extended period of time. The plasma has to be stored at a very specific temperature. So it can be processed later for medical purposes. So in case of an extended power outage, or in the case of a freezer malfunction, BioLife has a national provider on call for all their centers all over the U.S. to bring in an emergency reefer trailer that the plasma would be stored in until the existing freezer can be repaired or the power comes back on. We put it on all our applications and site plans, so everybody's aware that, in case of a natural disaster and there's no power for an extended period of time, we do need to bring that reefer trailer in and save all that product. So
some kind of refrigerated or freezer trailer is what that is.
Yes, it's basically a semi with a freezer component on it. They go up and down the highway all the time. You just don't notice them from another semi, but basically the semi trailer would be in there parked, and the material would be stored in that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, members of the public watching might have some other, might have some confusion if they're seeing a reefer trailer.
Yep, understood. Yes, and that's a very common question. Yes.
Great, thank you. Are there other proponents who are going to present, or questions about what has been presented by members of the board?
We also have Patrick Dunford from VHB who will present on his traffic study that he performed in conjunction with the project. And I believe I saw Patrick here as well.
Yeah, I see him on there. Amanda, do you see him?
There we go. Sorry about that. I couldn't get unmuted. Needed permission. So with that out of the way, I'm Pat Dunford, transportation engineer with VHB.
Sorry about that.
No, not a problem. That's so we had prepared a traffic evaluation for this project May 24th, and I know the city engineering and planning staff had reviewed that. Without going into too much detail, the reoccupancy of the space has a pretty negligible change in the overall trip generation for the plaza. So with that, there's not a lot of corresponding impact, as you'd expect. However, with any project, there's always an understanding that there is some degree of an impact from any new use coming in. So what the city staff had done was identify some kind of low-cost improvements that could benefit existing deficiencies in this area that this project could possibly implement. They had summarized that in a July 7th memorandum. I'm not sure if that's gone to the board, but I had a chance to talk with city staff about this, and they drew those improvements, the potential suggested improvements, out of a roadway safety audit, which is a it's a planning and safety evaluation of Route 28 at Riverside Avenue, which had been done about 3 years ago. That actually was done on behalf of a project in Somerville as part of its state's MEPA review process. That was the Assembly project in Assembly Square section of Somerville. That project already is obligated to pick up and implement the majority of those improvements that were identified. So when we talked to the staff the other day, what we tried to do was identify improvements that this project could quickly and easily implement without there being a lot of engineering soft cost or permitting or, complexities of that nature, stuff where the most bang for the buck could be put out there to quickly fix existing problems, really unrelated to the new use in here. So what we had done was put together a rough graphic highlighting some of these. I did forward this to the city staff very late in the day, so I don't know that they've had a chance to review it. But I can walk you through. These are just some ideas that we have as to what could possibly be done out here. The aerial is oriented in the same way as the site plan, so hopefully this will be fairly easy to follow along with. But I guess I can start in the right side and work my way left, where Riverside Avenue, as you depart the signal at the Fellsway, Route 28, the speed limit, as all city roadways, is 25 miles an hour is the de facto speed limit. And there's a sign posting that as people depart the intersection. I don't have exact measurements, but I know anecdotally there's been some speeding concerns there as people leave a congested roadway. A lot of times they pick up their speed as they head around the corner past Commercial Street. So what we were suggesting was that this project possibly implement a what's called a speed feedback sign, as shown in the picture there. And you've probably seen these where it posts the speed limit, but at the same time, it also shows actually how fast you're going as a reminder to bring it down. Obviously, police enforcement is always the best way of doing this, but they can't be out there every hour of every day. So this serves as a reminder to motorists, and studies have shown it's actually pretty effective at keeping speeds down. So as part of this project, I had identified a potential spot for that where it's right around where people start to pick up the speed. I think that would be a good location, and it's relatively easy to put in. This is actually solar powered, and it does appear there's room within the city right of way where this could be put along the northerly side of Riverside Avenue facing that westbound traffic. So that's something this project could take on and implement pretty quickly. Moving to the left at the, I guess, main driveway feeding the plaza off of Riverside Avenue, probably, I'm trying to think how many years ago, but there was striping that was put in at the intersection, commonly referred to as "don't block the box." Simply put, it's striping on the roadway so vehicles that are queued up at the signal don't block the driveway, which can be frustrating for people entering and exiting the site. That striping was put in place, but over time it's faded. So we were suggesting that's something we could pretty readily go out and restripe to get that effectiveness back where it needs to be. Something we'd be looking to do in conjunction with this. Another theme that came up in the roadway safety audit was the need for bike accommodations in the area. And one pretty obvious deficiency we picked off through the project team was that there is a series of bike racks. It's 8 racks capable of holding about 16 vehicles right in front of the paper store. That's right along the main drive aisle extending out to Route 28. And that drive aisle is about 35 feet wide today, which is more than ample for a single lane in each direction. The problem with that is that the speeds tend to pick up because it is so wide. So what we were looking to do, if you look on the top side of that section, it's 35 feet curb to curb. We're looking simply to restripe that. So it's the two 12-foot lanes, and we can work with the city staff to figure if those should be 12 or 11, but basically maintaining single travel lanes in each direction, but introducing bike lanes on both sides of the roadway. And this has the combined effect of giving a clearly designated, hopefully safer area for the bikers. And on the same side, it also effectively narrows the drivable width of the roadway for cars, which hopefully has a corresponding reduction in speeds. So that seemed like a pretty obvious connection where you have the bike racks up near the storefront, bikers coming off of the Fellsway, and really no accommodations for them in between. So that's something that we could pretty quickly put in place. Again, this is information like probably an hour ago. I just passed it along to the city staff. So I don't think they've had a chance to review, but I think it's in the spirit of what they were looking for, where it's quick, effective, not a lot of permitting or engineering design, but something that can help some existing deficiencies. So I'd be happy to take any questions you might have on that, or I can just turn this back to Kathleen for further discussion.
Well, let me just take a moment, because this is new information, to invite Medford traffic engineer Todd Blake or city engineer Tim McGivern to, if they want to make any comments or respond to this at this point.
Yeah, thank you. This is Todd Blake, Director of Traffic and Transportation for the City of Medford. We did receive this, as Patrick said, later, but it does seem to fit the theme of what we were requesting to improve safety and enhance either pedestrian and or cycling to the site with the hopes of reducing vehicle trips, which would therefore mitigate some of the impact of vehicle trips. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think they did a good job with trying to identify, and we do recognize that what Patrick said earlier from the road safety audit, some other project, I guess, is going to provide those things, but they haven't yet. So, but this is a good alternative, I think. There were a few other components that I noticed that could improve safety that seem pretty minimal. And if they're going to be out striping the site anyways for that drive aisle, the 3 existing driveways along 28, they're all right. The ones that are exit are right exit only, but yet there's no right turn only markings or no left turn signage to indicate such. So if someone's leaving the site, there's the potential for people to turn left onto 28 southbound incorrectly. So that's something that could be considered as well. But I think they did a great job trying to accommodate what the intent was, to reduce vehicle trips and to improve safety.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Blake. Do board members have any questions or comments about this part of the presentation?
Andre, I had a couple questions. I just wanted, can you hear me? Yeah. I just wanted to understand why none of the recommendations from Todd at the signalized intersection were included. That is because they're already proposed to be done. Because obviously, if an RSA was done, that means that it's one of the state's top high crash locations. And some of them seemed like low hanging fruit, like checking the yellow and all red clearance intervals and adding back plates. So I was just wondering why those were not included.
We should actually clarify, the road safety audit was not done because of being a high crash location. It was done because of the project, because a private developer paid for it as part of their project down by Assembly Row.
Okay, it is a HSIP cluster, I believe. So.
If I could weigh in on that, it's actually a combination of the two. The study was done because it is in fact a high crash location, and the state agency, MEPA, determined that project should take that study on and implement the low cost improvements that were identified. The study identified, I think the number was about 40 low cost improvements, and they are obligated to put those in place, which includes some of the ones that you mentioned.
Okay, because there are a lot of concerning things about that intersection that are clear, like violations of any of the, MUTCD or ADA requirements. So, but if they're going to be done anyways, then.
Yeah,
I
and
think
to be,
I'm sorry, Pat, I don't mean to interrupt.
I'll be quick on this. And to be clear, some of the signal related items that were identified are listed in what they categorize as medium cost, being anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000. And I know the city's memorandum had suggested around a $12,000 impact roughly for this project. So once we take on some of the signal elements, which I agree, there's a lot of deficiencies out here, but in terms of getting actual improvements in place, the stuff that I outlined earlier, we can actually make happen pretty quick and pretty effectively. Whereas the signal improvements, to any degree, a lot of that money is going to go towards, well, basically me and my company, which is great, but a lot of it's going to get absorbed in permitting as opposed to actual improvements on the road, which is why we tried to find stuff that we could make happen quicker.
Okay.
Thank you, Pat. Other board members have questions, and just a reminder to, because we have this on the screen, to state your name before speaking.
Andre, David?
Hi, David. Go ahead.
Just was curious to hear the reaction to Mr. Blake's suggestion about the right turn only signage. Is that something that could fall within the scope of these proposed improvements?
Assuming that one's over to me. Again, what we tried to do was find items that were directly under city control and city jurisdiction. I'm not going to pretend that a right turn on red is a complicated matter, but it is a DCR signal. So it introduces an outside state agency where we felt we could do things more effectively and more applicable instead of that. Not to say that measure isn't needed, just maybe not in behalf of this project.
Lanford, and this is Andre LaRue, the chair. I do have two questions myself. One is along Riverside Avenue with the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit sign. I'm wondering if you think it might be worthwhile pulling it back closer to the intersection, because just knowing how vehicles exit from the plaza over the box, and then usually there's like sight problems with vehicles that are coming quickly down Riverside Ave the other way. I don't know if you think it might be worth putting the signage closer, like before the box, or if there's some other way of improving safety there for those that are turning left out of the plaza onto Riverside Ave heading east.
I mean, the current location does capture those exiting the plaza. We could look at maybe shifting it another like 150 feet or so. I don't think I'd want it between the signal and the driveway to the plaza, and I don't think you're suggesting that, but I think maybe a little bit close to the intersection we could certainly look at, as long as we're still capturing those people coming out of the plaza. And again, that speed limit is more global, that's citywide, that's not just for this roadway, but it's a good reminder, which is why the sign's there. So yes, we could certainly look at moving that.
Right. And I do, I appreciate the suggestions that you put forth here. The other one that I do have, though, that I don't see is in terms of the bike racks. The existing bike racks are not really great bike racks that are there. They were really just like thrown in with some, cement, and literally there's like, you're standing next to a very busy parking area. It's on an island. So I'm wondering whether there's no bike racks, I don't believe, towards the end of the plaza where, this project will be happening. So I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity to put in bike racks down that end of the plaza.
I'd need to take a closer look at the site plan for that. The bike racks where they are certainly serviceable. I'd need to see if that involves eliminating parking spaces or other geometric space changes. So I'd need to consult with Ty and Bond on that one as to if there's room to put in additional bike racks. Not a huge expense, and there's a lot of bang for the buck there. So we're not against it. I just want to make sure I can deliver if I promise that's something we'd do.
Part of the difficulty with the parking spaces that Patrick mentioned, and I included it in the written statement, is that the owner of the parcel is subject to a three-way agreement between the other owners that require that they maintain a certain level of parking spaces that they can't go below. That is a restriction. It's a deed restriction contained in all of the deeds, and I believe I gave the deed citation in my written statement, and I have a copy of the restriction as well. But they're very limited in some ways as to what they can do with parking. I know in speaking with Karen Johnson that they've tried to negotiate the changes in that agreement to no avail. So at this point, if it takes a parking space, that's going to create issues with the other two abutters per the agreement. And that agreement runs through 2035.
Can I ask a question following
Yes,
up on that?
Cliff, please.
I assume that there's a certain amount of parking that's being given to this project as part of the project, or is it a pooled parking arrangement?
It's a pool parking lot to the extent that there's more parking than is required for any of the various businesses. In other words, the requirement is 1 per 350 square feet floor area, and the parking as it stands now under the agreement is 4.1 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet, as between the three owners of the development. So there is definitely sufficient parking within the property to accommodate the use that's being used.
I mean, I guess where I'm going with this is I'm just wondering if this project would offer to give up a parking space or two to create an enhanced bike parking area, which seems like probably a good location to do it in front of this parcel, because it's sort of right on the corner, right at the center of the mall. It would be good for access to the whole thing. I definitely second what Andre asked. I think including an enhanced bike area for the whole mall.
I mean, it's certainly something that we could look at, and as Patrick said, he doesn't know without looking at it further whether it would even require spaces to be eliminated.
All right.
But then we may, based on the agreement, have to find spaces elsewhere for to stay at the threshold that's required per the agreement.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I know there are equations involved, but I also know that 99.99% of the time this parking lot's half empty. So my second question was, have you considered the addition of any trees in and around the parking areas here?
So in terms of the Fellsway, and John, can you switch to, I think it's the site plan that shows where we have, so in terms of this particular project, and if you compare this particular parcel with the parcels adjacent to it, the Fellsway has really tried to do landscaping in those areas that would allow them to maintain the parking requirements that are required. If you look, and this is just a sample, I have quite a few photos of trees that they've planted and plantings, and they're much more mature at this point than they were. But they have basically attempted to put landscaping in those areas where they're permitted to. In addition, they maintain season planters you'll see on front of all of the buildings, and those rotate between spring, fall, and summer plantings, and they've put benches in. And I know that the chairman takes issue with the types of bike racks that are in there, but they have attempted to do those things which the board likes to see, and we knew this was going to be a question, certainly, but the issue is really what they're bound to in terms of the agreement with the other two owners, and the spaces that they have are the spaces that are required. And if I can share I can actually share my screen.
Hi, Kathleen, it's Karen Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Just before you do that, Kathleen, I just noticed that
Karen, I'm sorry. Could you introduce yourself, please?
I apologize. Karen Johnson. I'm with Charter Realty and Development. We're the owners of Fellsway Plaza. We've owned it since 2013. I was just noticing, to your point about bike racks, there's diagonal parking in front of the proposed BioLife, right at exactly, thank you, John, right at the notch really of the building. I think we could probably slide those diagonal spaces down, because you see there's an area in the front that's striped, we could slide those down and do a small area for bike racks at the end of that parking row. I think that would work out nicely without losing any spaces.
That would be welcome. Thank you for the suggestion.
And we can take a closer look at the surface. It looks like it's crushed stone. I have not biked there and parked my bike there, but it looks like it's crushed stone. So we can take a look at the surface, or even doing some sort of protection around the perimeter, whether it's making the curb height slightly higher, or even a low level wood fence or something like a wood guardrail. I mean, those are very, very simple things for us to implement. And if it makes it more attractive for bikers to bike to this location, I think it's to everyone's benefit. So I think those are two very good points that you made. We can certainly take a closer look at implementing those and work with staff.
Karen, in terms of the history, could you just, because you have made certain landscaping improvements, and I think, when you drive through that area, it's really the only area that's landscaped, and I think you've done what you can. Is that fair to say?
It is a challenge, and right after we purchased the property, we were able to redevelop that down abandoned parcel adjacent to Riverside, which has been very successful, and 3 restaurants, and we're very pleased that they're still doing fairly well, even through this rather difficult period for restaurant operators. We also permitted Planet Fitness. So those 2 applications involved special permits. When we came through with the Planet Fitness application, we did make several, and I think these photos are helpful. We did make, several improvements to those existing landscaped areas. And these photos were actually taken right after the landscaping went in. They're a bit more mature now and fuller. We also maintained, which I think was something that the prior owner did not do out there. As Kathleen mentioned, this is a property that was originally part of 3 different owners. It was developed in 1959 when they first entered into this reciprocal easement agreement, which really restricts all 3 properties out there, including the Ocean State and the Aldi/Lowe's Appliance Anchored Center. So we are very limited in terms of what we for uses for what we can do for new development out here. And frankly, in terms of parking, we are grossly overparked. I understand that, but we cannot change it. It's unfortunate. There are so many things that we would like to do here, but we are unable to do it. And so what we're trying to do is re-tenant an existing space, add some life to the center in terms of foot traffic, and obviously reletting out a 20,000 square foot space is really significant for us.
For clarifying that. Any comments from any other board members before we open the hearing up to members of the public? Okay, hearing none. I'm wondering if we could stop sharing the screen here.
Do you want me to read in the requested waiver at this point?
Yes, thank you, Attorney Desmond. If you could review that, that'd be great.
Sure, even if I can put that on my screen so that you have it as well. So the requests for waivers all derive from section 94-334C1. And the first requires a location of use and structures within 100 feet of the property line. The applicant is requesting a waiver from this requirement as the intended substitution of use does not contemplate any substantial exterior changes or modify the existing building, which is over 50 years old. So we're requesting that the plan not require those structures within 100 feet. The second request requires locations, elevations, and dimensions, section F, of existing and proposed buildings or other structures showing setbacks from property lines. While we showed much of that, we didn't show the elevations of the entire proposed structure, and the structure isn't proposed, it's existing. So the applicant is requesting a waiver from this requirement, particularly with regard to the elevations and dimensions of the existing building, as the substitution relates only to a portion of the structure and does not contemplate substantial exterior changes or modifications to the building. Section I requires existing and proposed contour elevations in 1 foot. Again, we're not changing any of the exterior elements, and this is just essentially a retrofit of the interior of an existing space. So we're asking for a waiver as to that. J requires proposed surfacing. The applicant is seeking a waiver from this requirement as there are no contemplated changes to the project site, including the existing sidewalks and parking areas. And O requires landscaping and screening, including trees, stone walls, fences, and other features to be retained or removed. Again, this is a situation where we're not really changing the exterior of the structure, and it's only a portion of the building that is actually being retrofitted. P, which requires outdoor lighting, including location and intensity of lighting. Again, we're looking for a waiver of that requirement as this is a substitution of use and there are no contemplated changes to the existing outdoor lighting. And actually, I should mention too that as part of what they did in terms of improving the site, I believe all of the lighting is LED lighting at this point. And that's something to point out. So those are the waivers that we're requesting. And as the report from the city engineer indicates, he took no exception to those requests.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Desmond. I'd like to open the hearing to members of the public. Is there anyone who would like to speak? You can raise your hand or mention in the chat that you'd like to speak and we can unmute you.
And Andre Ken Kraus has raised his hand. He'd like to speak.
All right, thank you, Ken. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ken Kraus, 50 Mystic Street in Medford. I don't have a comment pro or con the project. I did want to share just a few observations from listening though. I was glad to see the emphasis in the traffic study on improving bicycle access, but there's still, with the plaza overall, is a very severe shortcoming in pedestrian access. I believe there are 7 vehicle accesses to the property, and there's only one that has any kind of pedestrian lane, if you will, to get from the street to the complex. Fortunately, that's the one that's the bike path, bike lanes are being added, but this isn't necessarily related to this addition or change, but from Riverside Avenue, it's very dangerous for people walking. They turn into the entrance where all the vehicles are and just walk within the traffic. And so at some point it would be helpful to try to correct that. The second thing is, I think the comment about the site being grossly overparked is true, but I disagree that you can't change it. I mean, there may be restrictions, but I think there is an opportunity to relook at that in a new way, particularly through the city's vulnerability preparedness program. We're looking at heat islands throughout the city and ways to reduce those. And just looking at this aerial view, I would suspect that this is a heat island, and perhaps there's a way to reduce the parking through some program or effort through the municipal vulnerability preparedness. And then just the last comment, if I could, for the Community Development Board, for the benefit of the public, it would be very helpful if more information about these plans could be presented in the agenda. A lot of people find out about these projects through the agenda, and 640 to 760 Fellsway is a large complex, and it could be any number of buildings. There's some other vacancies there, and no information about what is proposed, what's the nature of the business that's going in. That, I think, is very vague, and more information that could be put through the agenda would be very helpful. So for future meetings, I would ask that you consider that, in addition to any public hearing notice that might appear in the paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Those are all great points, and I'm wondering if Karen would like to respond to any of them.
So I think, maybe we say things like a reciprocal easement agreement with two other parties, and it's not entirely clear what that means. It's effectively a set of covenants and restrictions within the deed. It's recorded in the land records, and every property owner is bound by it, and successors in title until 2035. And as I noted earlier, I think I misspoke in that the property was developed in 1959. It was not. It was already developed prior to that. But in 1959, these three property owners entered into this agreement. And the agreement was intended to, in some ways, protect all of the property owners from competing uses. In other ways, it was to provide benefits to all of the property owners for the purposes of having reciprocal easements. So each party to the agreement is the beneficiary of these easements. So a reciprocal easement agreement essentially says, I, as a property owner, am going to agree to all of these restrictions, and I'm also going to get all the benefits of it. And so this was actually renewed in the late 80s. I forget, I think it was 1988. It was renewed, and an entire new set of restrictions and somewhat benefits were agreed to at that time. And one of those was the restriction that each property owner, and throughout the entire three properties, maintain a ratio, and Kathleen, it's 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet of floor area. And so when I say it's grossly overparked, I say that in relation to what we know now in terms of shared parking, offset, peak uses. Really, if you laid this out and did an ITE analysis, for example, on shared uses, you would probably need no more than, 3.5, maybe per 1,000. Maybe that's probably even high. We know that the City of Medford requirements are also much lower than that. So we almost have to wait this out until 2035. We've already tried on several instances to come to an understanding with the other parties to this agreement. We've been trying since prior to when we bought the property. We bought it in 2013, as I noted. Before we even closed on it, we reached out to Kimco and we reached out to Ocean State, and they're still the same owners of the other properties, saying, look, let's modernize this. Let's look at taking out some of these use restrictions that we're all subject to. Let's look at doing some different and interesting things collectively with Fellsway Plaza. And we got nowhere. And frankly, we try every year. One of the restrictions is there's a view line easement. And if you saw from John Lorden's, from Ty and Bond's plan, there's a very dark line that goes across parallel to the frontages of both Kimco's property and perpendicular to Ocean State's property, which I'm sure you're aware used to be Stop and Shop. Those are restrictive areas that, regardless of zoning, we cannot build on. We can't even put a pylon sign on it. So I hear you. There are lots of great things that we all know about now that the property owners, I think, in the 80s when they renegotiated this agreement, didn't know about. And as we approach 2035, if we're still the owners of this property, trust me, many of these things will be renegotiated in a positive manner because we see tremendous value in this location. I've had several conversations with Todd and Tim, most recently Tim, about what can we do. We also own the Tower Plaza in the rear. Our architect, Tom Scott, is also available if you have any questions about the architecture and the design. We've looked at many feasibility analysis, obviously with something like Wellington Circle developed. This is the next logical step to a transit-oriented development. We'd love to do so many things here, and we'll hopefully wait this out, and we'll be talking to you in 2035 about what a great new modern sustainable project we can present to you. And until then, we have to figure out a way to make this a financially viable project. So
Hopefully we're all still around, Karen, but
that's
thank
all
you.
I have to add on that. I do appreciate your comments, Ken, and they're obviously very well informed. I'm in agreement with you. Right now, we gotta pay the bills. So
Right, and so that sight line, I was shocked when I learned about this. So that includes even planting trees because it can block the sight line. That's correct, right? Which is why
everything.
the trees around the outside.
And we can't
So-
put any more trees in there anyway because we can't take away any parking spaces. So I think, again, I think it was Todd had a great suggestion for the restriping. We will absolutely look at more opportunities for bicycle parking and make it a little more amenable to a bicyclist.
Yeah, and I wish I'd brought this up myself. So Ken, thank you for doing it. I do agree with the comment that people are walking to the plaza in the driveways. So that is a pretty dangerous situation. I don't know if there's anything that you could do to improve that situation.
We looked at it when we were doing the Planet Fitness project, and it does get a little cumbersome over there because the Riverside parcels that's a whole other title issue, environmental story. But that section, and John, I don't know if you can put your plan up again. That section is very narrow. I don't remember the exact dimension. I know we looked at the possibility of adding a sidewalk at that point, and we could not make it work with the setbacks on the riverside and then with the amount of frontage that we own on the Fellsway side. But we'll take another look at it. We'll take another look at it. I agree with you.
Thank you.
I wondered if I could just take a moment to address one of Ken's other comments, which had to do with just access to plans and like more information in the agenda about, the different projects and items on the list. Wholeheartedly agree. And I think moving forward, we're going to put more of that information on there. But just so that folks know, on Medford's website page for the Office of Planning, Development and Sustainability, if you scroll down to the Community Development Board, there is a tab that says current CD board filings, and all of the open filings that are on the agenda, et cetera, all of the plans and information are nestled in there. And that information is put in the public hearing notice. But I think moving forward, we'll put that in the agenda as well. So thank you, Ken.
It's Amanda. And for those of you on Zoom, Alicia Hunt, our planning director, put the link directly into the chat. Great. Todd Blake.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to follow up on Ken's good comments about pedestrian access. We did highlight that as well as the cycling access, and there may be some things that may be easier, possibly for the proponent to consider, like painting crosswalks across those driveways off of Fellsway. And then I'm looking at the other drive aisle, the other main drive aisle, that's the one-way in from the signal. And it also looks painted very wide for traveling in each direction. So there may be the opportunity to paint, if you will, paint a shoulder, which may act as a walkway in lieu of a sidewalk, if a sidewalk was too, much of an ask.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any other members of the public would like to speak? Use the raise your hand function, or I don't know if the community development folks, if we've gotten any emails or phone calls.
I haven't, I'm going to check now, but I don't believe we've received any emails or phone calls on the matter. Give me 1 second just to look at the inbox.
Okay. And Attorney Desmond, in the meantime, there were some other letters by department heads, including the fire department. No
We have no
problems
objection,
with anything.
no problems with any of the other department head comments. And we had a very productive meeting and conversation with the engineering department. It didn't occur till yesterday based on scheduling conflicts and vacations, but I think it was beneficial to all.
Well, I think we're getting close to the point of being able to entertain a motion with some kind of project, maybe mitigation that is negotiated by the city's traffic department, and I think we can give them we can delegate the responsibility to kind of finalize that package. But I think what we've seen here tonight's a good step forward, and I think what the proponent has, exhibited some willingness to talk about that further.
Andre,
Alicia?
sorry if I might, I just wanted to make sure. One of the comments in the engineering letter was that the building might be within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, because we do know that there is wetland on the adjacent property. We had the city's environmental agent, Dennis McDougall, review that, and he did the measurements and said that it's actually about 140 feet from the wetland. While it's only 70 feet from the property line here, it is clearly sufficiently far from the wetland, in his opinion, that it's outside the jurisdiction. And I just wanted to state that clearly for the record, since it was in the engineering letter. Dennis did agree that the engineering suggestion that there should be perimeter sediment barriers, straw wattles, was of course a good suggestion. We always like to see that.
So we are just for the board members to understand, we are kind of the special permit granting board for this project. So it won't go anywhere else. We need to, we're in charge of approval of the project with conditions. So I think just to summarize, I think what we've heard, there's some conditions that are in the fire chief's letter that the proponent has no objection to. There is some traffic mitigation measures, including restriping for bicycles and pedestrians, looking at expanding the bike parking, and a kind of a speed signage, kind of feedback sign on Riverside Ave. Am I missing any other conditions?
Andre, we've been jotting these down in a way that we could read them back to the board.
Great. That's perfect. Yes,
we
we can do that now.
So the proponent's traffic mitigation proposal, in lieu of the ones proposed in the letter to the board from the traffic engineer, are to install a westbound Riverside Ave speed feedback sign, which would be solar, install new speed limit 25 mile mph sign on Riverside Ave, install bike lanes on the main parking lot drive aisle within the parking lot, repaint the do not block the box striping on Riverside Ave. Those were the ones they proposed. The other ones, and I'd like the proponent to confirm that these next two we've captured appropriately that for you, that they would, and I actually want to add this, review, and if possible, slide the diagonal parking spaces down and create a small area of bike racks at the end of the parking row, including protection for the bike area, such as guardrails or curbing. Does that sound okay?
And
then
on John's, the tie and bond plan, it looks almost like it says 7, but I think there's 11 spaces there. So it's this single lane of diagonal off the notch of the building, just to be clear.
Partially, I want to capture these very accurately, because you get the permit, you do the work. When you want the occupancy permit, someone from our office will take this list and say, did these things occur?
Right.
We want to make sure that we're going to be able to review them and get them. And then property owner will revisit the opportunity to add sidewalks to the drive aisle in the future, or potentially paint. I want to say paint a, I didn't capture the right word.
Pedestrian pathway?
Yeah, a pedestrian pathway, yep.
Okay. So I guess for those two, rather than try to hold things up, if you, as the owner, find that you cannot do those things, then we would ask you to give us something in writing that shows this is the measurements, this is why we can't do those things.
Alicia, if I could as well, the engineer's report had a restriction of $12,000 as a cap, and this project, if they were resuiting this for retail space, we wouldn't be going through the site plan special permit process. So as part of this is they're also going to pay a linkage fee, and that linkage fee is upwards of $40,000. So we really did appreciate that cap that was instituted because, you know, at some point the project doesn't become feasible, and that's
Right.
kind of an anchor to the
So
that
we should have
building.
said that at the beginning, there is a linkage fee. And our tenant, this is a 20,000 square foot project, right?
Correct.
Our calculations was that the linkage fee was going to be on the order of 20,000 square feet.
Well,
Or
that's better than,
$20,000.
that's better than
No.
what Karen thought it was going to be.
Well, I think it was a little bit more than 20,000. Thought it was more like 34,000.
So so you have to actually, I will, for the record, the link, after the site plan review is completed, then the applicant needs to fill out the linkage program application for linkage fees. And based on that is when the building commissioner will certify the amount of linkage. However, it is an amount that is per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. And the commercial number is, Amanda, this sheet says 1,700. Why were we using a number of 1,000 in our meeting this morning?
Maybe we were looking at, there's like a separate fee for the non-southeastern part of
Right.
Bedford. So I did go back and I think it is closer to 34,000.
34,000, because this is clearly in southeastern Medford. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Right, so you're right, sorry, so 34,000 is approximately, it's based on the exact square footage of the renovation.
Building commissioner will finalize that. We don't have, it's not something that the board needs to do. This is just for informational purposes. So. Okay, so Amanda, I'm assuming there are no further questions or comments from the public have come in? Okay,
Nope,
so
no
I'm going to close, Ken just throw something into the chat. Looking down the road, can these linkage funds be directed back into pedestrian access improvements to this plaza rather than just go into the overall linkage fund pool? That's a question for you, Alicia, I think.
The problem is, so the linkage fund is for improvements on public facilities, and it is a privately owned property. So one thing that I would reach out, I said offline, but through the economic development director, we're going to reach out to the property owners to see if there is anything that the city can do. When the program that Ken was referring to is a grant funded program. And so I'm wondering if what the opportunities might be there to work with with all three property owners as a city to see if there's an ability to get any grant to help with changing of the agreements. But I will reach out to them offline. Legally, I do not believe that we can use linkage fees on private property.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that effort, Alicia. So I would like to close the public comment portion of the public hearing and open up to deliberation and motion by the board members. Any further comments or discussion by board members? Is there a motion on the floor? That would include the conditions in the letters by the fire department, the Board of Health, and the list that Alicia dictated to us.
So what I captured was, and the engineering letter, except not the traffic recommendations. So that would include like the straw wattles on that. Oh, I think we also, I was actually going to say, I think we need a motion to approve the waivers they requested. I'm not clear that we can just do that administratively.
And can we do one motion for all the waivers, or do we have to do them separately?
One motion for all the waivers, unless somebody's going to object to one of them.
Okay, is there
Andre, this is David.
yes, David?
Could I offer a motion to approve the requested waivers?
Thank you. As stated as requested in the proponent's letter. Is there a second on the floor?
This is Deanna. I'll second that.
On that second. I'll get you next time, class. Roll call vote. Deanna Peabody,
Aye.
Christy Dowd,
Aye.
Jackie Furtado,
Aye.
Wes Andreasen,
Aye.
David Blumberg,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. So the motions to approve the waivers as requested by the project proponent are unanimously approved. Next, I would entertain a motion to approve the site plan with special permit with the conditions that have been articulated by our planning director on the project.
Andre, I'll
Is there a
make that
motion?
motion.
Thanks, Klaus. Is there a
Andre.
second?
Andre, this is David. I can second that.
All right, thank you, David. Roll call vote. Deanna Peabody,
Aye.
Christy Dowd,
Aye.
Jackie Furtado,
Aye.
Wes Andreasen,
Aye.
David Blumberg,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. The site plan approval with special permit unanimously passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Thanks for all the proponents who came and for the information you shared. All right, the next item on the agenda is another public hearing, proposed amendment to Chapter 94 zoning to alter the membership structure of the Medford Zoning Board of Appeals. Let me just hold on a moment while I pull up that.
So,
All right, the Medford-
I was going to just say, Andre, as you're pulling up this, just for background for the board members, this is in fact the same thing you saw before. There was a timing problem legally with the process before, and so it was referred to us by the city council. There is nothing changed. There is no changes in any of it. It is simply the re-referral.
So the public hearing notice is the Medford Community Development Board shall conduct a public hearing on Wednesday, July 21st, 2021, after 6:30 p.m. via Zoom remote video conferencing relative to a petition by Mayor Brianna Lungo-Keen to amend Chapter 94 zoning of the revised ordinances, City of Medford, Section 94-35A, to change the structure of the Medford Zoning Board of Appeals from 3 members and 1 associate member to 5 members and 2 associate members. The full text of the amendment may be viewed in the office of the city clerk, City Hall Room 103, or on the city's website by clicking on current CD board filings. We've already mentioned that pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this hearing of the Medford Community Development Board is conducted via remote means. I would like to call this public hearing to order. We just heard from our planning director, Alicia Hunt, that this is just a re-referral. I don't know if Amanda, you wanted to add any details to that.
No new details. I checked with the clerk's office today, and yeah, it's just been resubmitted to the board for consideration.
Okay,
and yeah, yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Nope, that was it.
Okay. So board members, this is something we've already deliberated on and voted on, but let me ask you whether you have any further comments or questions for discussion before I open it up to members of the public. Okay, hearing none, I would like to open the public participation portion of the hearing. Any members of the public that would like to comment, please use the raise the hand function on your Zoom screen, or to email or call the community development office, or if you can drop comments or questions in the Zoom chat as well. I'm just going to give a moment for anybody to do that. And for anybody who's listening remotely, I'll just remind you that the email address is ocd@medford-ma.gov, and the phone number is 781-393-2480. All right, seeing none. And Amanda, assume you've gotten nothing?
No calls, no emails.
Okay, great. Then I will close the public participation portion of the hearing and open it up for deliberation and motion by board members.
Andre, this is Jackie. Jackie Furtado, Vice Chair. I just wanted to reiterate really quickly that this is the current membership is obviously too small to represent the diversity of the city. And that's why the mayor is calling for this. It's also burdensome for the board members, only having 3 members, 1 alternate. I make a motion to recommend it right back so that hopefully it can get done this time.
Great, thank you. And let me just read this because I should have done this earlier, but just to remind everyone that the letter this board sent to the city council included, basically said, board recommends that the council consider reincorporating language related to the staggering of terms that is present in the existing ordinance by inserting the following in the second sentence after the phrase term of 3 years, quote, which shall be staggered so that the terms of not more than 2 members expire annually. That we had added that to the that recommendation to the city council. So if we make a motion, we may want to consider including that language as well. So Jackie, did you was that a formal motion you made?
It is a formal motion. I just didn't have all the language, but I will do a motion to what you just said.
Okay, great. Well, we will resend our exact same recommendation to the city council. Is there
Andre,
a motion on? Yes,
this
David.
is David. I'd like to second that motion to resubmit our exact same recommendations as the last time. That's great.
Great, thank you, David. Roll call vote. Deanna Peabody.
Aye.
Christy Dowd.
Aye.
Jackie Furtado.
Aye.
Les Andreasen.
Aye.
David Blumberg.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The board unanimously passes a motion to resubmit to the city council our recommendations to expand the zoning board of appeals. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll update the date on the letter and ask you to just re-sign it.
Great, thank you so much, Director Hunt. The next item on the agenda is a site plan review recommendation to the Board of Appeals for 200 Boston Avenue. And just a reminder that since the ZBA is the special permit granting authority for this project, our role is site plan review and making a set of recommendations to the ZBA for their consideration as they approve or debate the project.
Andre, this is David.
Yeah, David, let me just read the public hearing notice. Hold on one moment. Sorry, everyone, as I toggle all my windows. Courtesy meeting notice. The Medford Community Development Board shall conduct a meeting on July 21st, 2021 after 6 p.m. via Zoom remote video conferencing relative to an application for site plan review submitted by Simmons Properties LLC and represented by Cummings Properties to construct a 3-story addition to an existing structure at 200 Boston Avenue to be used as a research and testing laboratory facility. This is an allowed use in an industrial zoning district. The project is subject to a site plan review special permit as per the City of Medford zoning ordinance, Chapter 94, Section 94-331, and requires approvals from the Board of Appeals. Therefore, the Community Development Board will perform a site review and submit its recommendations to the Zoning Board, who will be the special permit granting authority for the site plan review special permit. Plans for this project may be viewed in the Office of Planning, Development, and Sustainability, City Hall, Room 308, or on the city's website by clicking on Current CD Board Filings. Again, if you members of the public would like to submit comments or questions via email, the email address is ocd@medford-ma.gov or via phone to 781-393-2480. Thank you. David Blumberg.
Andre, thank you. This is David. I will have to recuse myself from this matter as the applicant is my employer, presenting an obvious conflict. So I will go ahead and mute myself and suppress my video and not participate on this one.
Great, thank you very much, David. Let me invite the project proponent to give a presentation about what we're looking at. I think we have Mike Avini, from a senior project architect with Cummings Properties. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Thank you so much. Thank you to Community Development Board for having us, and the public, members of the public, for joining us this evening. My name is Michael Avani. I'm a senior project architect with Cummings Properties. With me this evening on this call is Brian Murray. He's a project engineer here at Cummings Properties. Dennis Clark, Chairman and CEO of Cummings Properties, and our traffic consultant, Rodney Emery of World Tech Engineering. We are here this evening seeking a recommendation from the Community Development Board to construct an addition to the existing building at 200 Boston Ave. More specifically, as the chair stated earlier, and as stated by the building commissioner, Paul Mulkey, in his permit refusal letter dated June 3rd, 2021, the project requires a finding by the Zoning Board of Appeals. In this case, the Community Development Board conducts site plan review and provides a recommendation to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Brief summary of the project: consistent with the recommendation of the February 2012 Metropolitan Area Planning Council study to evaluate the benefits and the impacts of the Green Line extension, the applicant proposes to redevelop an existing single-level parking structure into a 5-story structure consisting of approximately 67,000 gross square feet of mixed-use research and testing facility, life sciences as well, including an additional 133 structured parking spaces. Up to approximately 6,100 gross square feet on the ground level could be purposed as a commercial retail amenity space. I'd like to share a brief recap of how we got to this evening. In December of 2020, Dennis Clark, the chairman and CEO of Cummings Properties, myself, and one of our tenants in 200 Boston Ave met with the mayor and the mayor's chief of staff to introduce the project. With the support of the mayor's office, in January of 2021, we participated in a virtual meeting to introduce the project to several Medford city officials, including Alicia Hunt, the director of planning, Victor Schrader, the director of the economic development director, building commissioner Paul Mulkey, director of traffic and transportation Todd Blake, Chief Buckley of the Medford Police Department, Chief Gilliberti of the Medford Fire Department, and Medford City Engineer Tim McGivern. With the support of and the coordination by the mayor's office, in April of 2021, we participated in a virtual community outreach meeting, introducing the project to the neighborhood. Again, we took all the things, the input that we got from the December meeting, kind of rolled it into a package that we shared with the community in April. In May, we submitted a building permit application for the project. In June, we submitted a site plan review application. That brings us to today. So what I'd like to share with you is a presentation that is a combination of all the information that we've gathered and picked up over the last 6 months based on the various meetings that we've had. And to share with you the municipal approval package that we submitted and go through that piece by piece. The first thing I'd like to do though, is if Amanda, you would allow me to share the screen.
You should be all set.
Okay, screen one. Okay, I shared screen one, share. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just, see if we can get this right. So we want to share the sound and I want to optimize this video. I'd like to share with you a video that kind of gives you a flavor of what the project is all about. It's a short 2-minute rendering. Bear with me 1 second. Everybody still there?
Yes. Thank you for sharing that.
No problem. I don't know what's going on. I can't, for some reason, I've lost everybody. Let me just get back here. Okay, so I will, if you bear with me 1 second, let me go 1 step back here. So I'd like to kind of, wrong one. Hold on. Sorry. You guys can't see that either. This one. Well, as I said before, old guy with technology here. We'll just move this over. So what I'd like to do is run through some of the pieces that were submitted as part of the municipal approval submission documents. Everybody see what I have on my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. So again, this is the proposed addition to the building at 200 Boston Ave. The view you're looking at here is the northern elevation of the building looking south. Okay. This is again, an illustration taken from that video. A lot of these slides are similar to what was on the video here, but this is our vision of the project looking north up Boston Ave. The garage is in the foreground. The proposed 3-story leasable building is kind of further south. This is our vision, again, the north elevation of this project looking south. In the background there, you can see the elevated pedestrian walkway that will connect the two structures, making them kind of one. This is the first slide in the submission package that we submitted to the Community Development Board and subsequently the Zoning Board of Appeals, showing some of the existing conditions, an existing looking south, an existing looking east, a photo looking east from across Boston Ave at the existing single level parking structure that's there now. This photo here is looking north down Boston Ave, kind of a locus plan of where it is. I know it's small, but there it is. This is an overhead of the existing site as it exists today, the parking structure that you enter from here and kind of go around here at the upper level. And then again, just a kind of a footprint of the proposed, in red here is the footprint of the proposed redevelopment. Again, title sheet to that package. So again, this is an existing condition site plan. The yellow line indicates the extent of the existing garage that looks to be repurposed. This slide here shows basically what the proposed structure would look like. As you can see in pink here, we've eliminated a section of the upper deck of the garage so that when you come in here and turn around and kind of go around that piece, we needed a flat piece here to kind of make the transition. So we're actually removing a section of the garage. We get a little bit into the utility plans. We met earlier today with Peter Kerger of the Water and Sewer Department to kind of hash out some of the water and sewer details that showed up in the engineering department's comment letters. Everything should be able to be served from the site. There's water and sewer capacity. We did calculations up here on the top left-hand corner to talk about water consumption and anticipated sewer discharge. And based on our meeting, it seems that we have the capacities on site to accommodate all that stuff. Here we have gas and electric and communications plans. We are actively working with National Grid, who controls both the electric and the gas services here. We've got confirmation that there's plenty of electric in the neighborhood to pick up the need for this, the electrical service requirement for the proposed structure. The gas, there is a high pressure gas that runs through the site that also it's been confirmed that there's more than enough. We're still working with the gas company to determine the actual load that it will require, but they're comfortable that we should be able to get all that information. We should be able to get all that service right from utilities on site. So we're hoping not to go off site for any of those utilities. Grading and drainage plan. It's an interesting site. It's 100% developed, as everybody here I'm sure knows. And we had spoken with the city engineer, Tim McGivern, regarding how we kind of make it's a redevelopment project and how we make some improvements here. There is a slight reduction in impervious area that helps contribute to the stormwater management here. It also works out that currently the upper deck of the parking is exposed. Stormwater cars drive in here, they could have discharges, oil, whatever could run off of an automobile. winds up in the stormwater system. It goes through an oil water sand separator and then goes into the system. By putting the roof on the structure, so that all the parking becomes structured, it helps actually in the quality of the stormwater discharge. So that's also an improvement to the site. We also, consistent with the engineering department's comment letter, we agreed, and we've done this in many places in the past, and many of our managed properties will try to preserve as much of the stormwater as we can into a cistern so we can use it to water plants and such. And we've done that successfully in other places, and we hope to do that here as well. The landscaping plan, it is a pretty tight site. There is some landscaping along the existing 200 Boston Ave building that will be preserved. We'll probably have to do a little work here in the landscaping area that's in front of the garage structure, between the garage and the sidewalk now. Obviously, that'll be a work area as we erect this structure. So some of that will be displaced and replanted. As I talked about earlier, this will be down here in this area here is potential amenity space. So we hope to have some plaza area here, some outdoor space to kind of engage that amenity space here. So that'll be incorporated, some benches and some stairways and ramps as well. To sort of reinforce that, this is just a floor plan, a ground level floor plan of the proposal. In the pink here is the area that we're proposing to potentially be an amenity space. Right now, we certainly don't have any tenants lined up for that. We're happy to accept any referrals. If you'd like to help us out and find a nice local coffee shop that would like to take that space, we'd be more than open to that. But all the rest of the ground level will be remain parking. Upper level, the second floor, this ramp that's here now will remain. You'll get up to the second level of parking and then transition up to the upper levels of parking in this clockwise manner. And the rest of the second level of parking will remain as it exists today, but now it will be covered. Just get up to the upper levels, the third, fourth, and fifth levels. These will be the proposed leasable spaces here in blue, and in beige will be the parking. Again, it's a single ramp helix system. So there is ramps on both sides. One of the comments made with the historical commission letter was if we could flip it so the ramp was on the interior side of the project. But because of the tightness of the site and to be able to continue to park on the ramps, we needed each bit of run. As you can see, there's only a bit of flat spot here. These ramps just keep going up. So it's very, very challenging to potentially flip that in this footprint to accommodate that comment. Again, we're looking at documents that were submitted as part of the municipal submission approval process. Just conceptual building sections, parking, as you can see, ramps, flat spot, like we talked about, 3 levels of leasable space, amenity space at the ground. Excuse me. Just other cross sections of the garage in the leasable space. This would be the 3-level elevated pedestrian walkway here that connects the buildings. The roof of the structure we would reserve this part of the roof for mechanical equipment. And this part of the garage section of the roof that's not likely to have any need for mechanical equipment will be reserved for future solar arrays. It'll be built solar ready as the building code requires. These are some building elevations. And again, it might be a little redundant. The video was derived after we put this package together. But again, these talk about some of the materials that we're using. Our goal is very much to match the vernacular of the existing building using modern materials. This upper elevation here is the north elevation, so you're looking south. Existing building here to the left. It's an old concrete mill building, all precast concrete with some brick infill. And we carried some of the same components into this, but just modernized materials. This is the Boston Ave here in the middle, is the Boston Ave elevation. What's interesting about this is one of the comments, again, in the historical commission letter, was separating kind of the building from the parking structure. And while it's very challenging to do that by recessing a section of it, and it kind of complicates the parking, we did achieve a visual disconnect here by providing a different material in between. So this will be all kind of screening, and we'll have a different screening in the middle to kind of separate the two. So I think we accomplished the same the same objective here. We just did it with materials as opposed to trying to change the shape of the building. Again, tough site, tough to do. Here's an isometric of kind of the site. A little, again, all developed before the video. Hopefully the video told a good amount of the story, but just addresses on some of the materials that we're going to use to kind of make this happen. So the interesting part of this project is the phasing. And as you're aware, we would like to, obviously we need to keep this fully occupied 200 Boston Ave building exactly that, occupied and operational. So as you can see here in the top left corner, existing condition plan now, parking deck building, shows the relationships. Phase one, we'd like to be able to construct the parking structure first, and then occupy the parking structure. And then phase two, we would go in and build the building. Quick run back to phase one. The challenge with that is just we need to be able to get to this upper level of parking while this is happening. The ramp to get here, as you can see, is on the south side of the site, and it heads north and gives you access to the upper level parking deck. We have a lot of options. We haven't really nailed it down yet. One thing we thought is if we could access it from Boston Ave with a temporary ramp while we're doing this so that we could still utilize the parking, that would be one way to look at it. Even today, we talked about maybe we could do a ramp here on the north side of the existing garage to accommodate the same thing, depending on the run that we need. So these are some of the logistics that we're going to have to work out still. We fully expect that there are going to be some asks here, and some of the challenges are, maybe we'll need some cooperation with the city to block off the sidewalk for a little bit while we're doing some work here, or we're looking at off-site parking accommodations as well. Challenging. It's an urban site. It's pretty tight. We've developed some laydown area strategies already for off-site stuff to get material here, but some of the on-site logistics will be worked out, and we'll hopefully, like I said, work with the city to make that happen. And ultimately, the complete building, this is what it looks like when it's all put together. Again, this was an aerial view of how it all would look when it's completed. I could probably zoom in a little more here, get in a little closer. And it kind of fits right in there nicely with the existing building and the existing surroundings. These were all just all these renderings here. Again, very similar to what we showed in the video and showed at the beginning. So I'm just going to kind of breeze through these because these were all included in the municipal submission approval package. Just kind of duplicate themselves. One thing we were asked to look at in one of the meetings was some of the shadow studies. How would this building impact the neighbors? And there is definitely In the winter solstice, as we all know, that's when we get the longest shadows. Interestingly enough, there'll be some morning in the morning. We might get some at the peak winter solstice. We might get some off-site shadows to the north in the morning. In the afternoon, those are reversed. The houses across the street cast the shadows on the building. That was really the only time that there was any significant challenges here. Again, 2 times a day. It becomes as the day wears on, the shadows recede, and it should not be a significant hardship, I don't expect. And with that, I will turn this over briefly to my colleague Brian Murray, who will talk about public transportation and parking on the site.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Brian Murray, Cummings Properties. The proposed addition is very well situated to facilitate multimodal transportation. With respect to public transport, bus routes 80 and 94. Mike, I think you have to, can you please share your screen, Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought if I stopped sharing my screen, I would get back to, I'm sorry about that, everybody.
That's okay. I'll continue with the narrative. So bus routes 80 and 94 serve the proposed addition on Boston Ave. And in addition, there is bus route 96, which is within a half a mile of the proposal. These routes connect the building to cities and towns of Arlington, Medford, Cambridge, and Somerville. And in particular, they provide connections to mass transit. Davis Square Red Line T station is reached by bus routes 94 and 96. And to the north, the commuter rail station West Medford is accessed by bus as well. Another point to note is that in the MPO TIP program for the fiscal years 2022 to 2026, a Blue Bike expansion has been approved, which would fund the creation of a Blue Bike dock on Winthrop Street and Boston Avenue, which is within a third of a mile from the proposed addition. Mike, I'll need your assistance to move to the next slide, please. Thank you. On this slide, I'd like to discuss parking. These 2 images are satellite images taken pre-pandemic in 2017 and 2018 during a weekday. In the existing condition, the site has 361 spaces. The site is occupied typically by the uses office and light research and laboratory. The number of parking spaces in the existing condition is 1 per 658 gross square feet. As you can see from the satellite imagery, there is ample parking spaces to serve the needs of the occupants of the building. And I'll elaborate on that point a little further in a moment. In the final condition, pending completion of the proposed addition, what we plan to do is to maintain that same ratio of parking. In the existing condition, it's 1 space per 658 gross square feet. In the final condition, it's a slight improvement at 1 parking space per 671 gross square feet. I'd like to add an anecdote here for the benefit of the city, who we understand are in consultation to consider recodifying the zoning ordinance. In that, looking at these satellite images, we've ascertained that the actual demand for parking spaces for this building, which is predominantly serving life sciences, is on average 1 per 1,000 gross square feet. And that's in line with what the city and their consultants are thinking to codify for this type of use in the Office 2 district. So there's a data point to share for your benefit. Mike, if you can please move on to the next slide. One additional point we'd like to make with respect to multimodal transportation is the ability to bike to commute to the property. This is an image of the bike racks which are existing on site. They're very well utilized, and we'd like to continue to support biking as a mode of transportation to the proposed addition, and will provide bicycle racks in proportion to the building square footage. I think that covers the key points that I wish to make on transportation and parking, and I'll hand back to Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Brian. So I want to share a couple of quick last little bits here before we kind of open it up to questions. This is 196 Boston Ave. It's a nice picture. This is the facade facing the train tracks. This is what it looked like before Cummings Properties got involved with it. And we all know what it looks like today, but this is just one of these fun things that I feel like anybody in Medford who's a lifelong resident or has been there for a long time would kind of recognize this and hopefully appreciate what's gone on in this 2-building campus for the last 30 years. And with that, we've talked a bit. I'm happy to open this up to questions. I know there's a lot of things that we all want to talk about, so we're happy to entertain any questions.
Great, thank you, Mike. If you can stop sharing your screen, that'd be great. Thank you. And let me open it up to board members for questions and comments. Kless?
Hi. I apologize if you were clear on this question, but is this a new building or a renovation to a building?
It's an addition to the existing building. That's how we're looking to.
Which existing building?
The 200 Boston Ave building, the one that in back of it that has that we showed the elevated pedestrian walkway connecting to. So we're going to treat this all as one big structure.
I'd be interested in understanding the code approach to that. But that's probably not a discussion for right now. Open space requirements. Or let me step back. What variances are you requesting as part of this project?
Thank you. We are requesting no variances. We're asking for a finding from the Zoning Board of Appeals based on 3 things. The existing rear yard setback is less than a foot. The southeast corner is less than a foot from the property line. In this industrial zoning district today, the allowable stories is 2 and the allowable height is 35 feet. And so those are the 3 items that we're asking the Zoning Board of Appeals to issue a finding and a special permit that this addition to the building is not more deleterious to the neighborhood than what's existing.
Alicia, what is what are we ruling on or eventually ruling on?
This is a site plan, right? This is a site plan review recommendation to the Zoning Board of Appeals. They are the permit granting entity for this project. Does that answer?
Yeah, no, it does. I'm very confused by the approach to planning in this project, and it may very well be that it's completely correct, but it just seems to me that adding a new building, because to me this is a new building. This is not an addition. a three-story bridge does not make one building become part of the, I mean, a three-story bridge does not make one building become part of another. I don't I'm unclear about the zoning and code approach to how that happens. It doesn't.
So that was in the end a ruling by the building commissioner. So in the packet, the 6th page of the PDF of their thing is the referral letter from the permit refusal letter from the building commissioner. And so there is, he ruled that this would be considered, it's all one property, that it would be an expansion of an existing non-conforming building on the property. Between the existing parking structure and the bridge, it felt that it was a good addition, that it was preferable to have this building with this additional commercial space, the additional R&D, the additional life science jobs, and the commercial space on the ground floor, and that it would be, that he felt that that could be deemed an expansion of an existing building in this sense. It's all one owner, it's all one piece of property. That was his decision.
Okay.
Building two separate buildings would be more challenging.
Well, clearly they've taken this approach because it allows them to build the most building they can, which is smart. But it still makes no sense to me how that. Beyond that, as a reaction to the building, I think Boston Ave is a very interesting corridor in that it has a certain amount of industrial use, lab use on the east side, and very sort of residential use on the west. I think, curiously, that the video was the thing that, for me, really cemented the fact that this building seems way out of scale for Boston Ave, pushed right up against the road like that. And I'm also thinking about that in concert with open space. Like, I understand that you're doing this thing where you're trying to create an extension of a building, and I'm assuming that as part of that and that it's an existing building, somehow that excludes you from the open space requirements. I may be wrong in that, and you can clarify, but when you look at the site plan, the building looks like we're just building right up to the property line in a, residential / industrial neighborhood. It seems dense and big for that spot. It's good that it's on the right side of the street so that the shadows and sun don't affect the neighbors badly. But I still feel that there's some sort of mitigation in the architecture to mitigate that height would be merited. The thing I'm struggling with is exactly the sort of the approval route that got us to this design. But I suppose I can have some more conversations with others offline about that. But I don't know.
Mike, do you want to respond to any of that?
I'm still very confused about how we got to this.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. So it's an industrial zoning district. There is no open space requirement in this district. Zero. There is some minimal landscaping here. This is basically taking an existing footprint and just making it taller. So it's not like we're making it any bigger in that sense. Why did we get to an addition as opposed to a brand new building? It's a great question.
No, I understand why you did that. That's clear.
Okay. So yeah, again, I think I hopefully shed a little light on, again, the industrial zoning district, we're within the setback there. There is, as my colleague Brian mentioned, whether it happens or not, or how that goes, there is a move. The city is working with a zoning consultant to rezone this area, as you know, to an Office 2 district that would potentially put this almost at by right without the open space. So we'd have to look at that a little more.
Mike, could you talk a little bit about any engagement with the neighborhood around there that you might have had, and what feedback, if any, you got?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, in April 14th, I believe we had a Zoom community outreach meeting, and it was pretty well attended, and we had a lot of comments from the neighbors. One of them wanted it to look more like the airport in San Jose, and one of the comments, and I think it was the gentleman Doug Carr, who's on the Historic Commission, who's also an architect, spent a lot of time looking at it, and his biggest comment was, again, how we're separating the kind of the two. He actually liked it. He pretty positive. I think every comment for the most part was pretty positive. He did focus on kind of separating the two buildings, and I think he understood that the challenge with that would be we'd kind of disadvantage some of the parking if we would have pushed the middle section back. But other than those kind of architectural feedback, there wasn't a lot of other. I don't think we got anybody from the opposite side of Boston Ave that had any comments.
And my understanding is that this is, could you talk a little bit about how the phasing, how quickly phase 2 would happen, and how does it relate to the building, the program of the original building, kind of the first part of it that's going to be connected to?
Yeah, sure. So the first phase would be to construct the garage, and I'm not sharing my screen anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, I recall. I'm just wondering about the timeline. How quickly would phase 2 follow phase 1?
Immediately. I mean, our goal is to build the garage, be able to use that to make sure that then we're not asking for any parking relief, or we don't have to do any off-site stuff at that point in time. If we can get the garage up and running, and we'll immediately go right into the construction of phase 2, which is the front part of the building, the leasable part of the building. And I assume we haven't really worked on it too deeply, but we're kind of looking at kind of 9-month phases for each one of those, roughly. And we'd like to be able to schedule it so it's at a downtime, maybe it begins so that or the bigger stuff happens that it's in the summer when there's less people in the building and there's less people around, which might be helpful.
And the tenanting of the new part of the building, what would do you already have tenants lined up?
No, we do not. We have many existing tenants in the building that have expressed interest in expansion, and this would be a great opportunity for them to expand in place. We fully expect this to be a life science building. It's close to all the transportation in this industry. It's tough to move them out to Woburn and to Beverly. They all want to be down in this area. So we're looking to make that accommodation. We don't have anybody specifically, but as I mentioned earlier, we're happy if anybody wants to Anybody knows anybody looking for space, give us a shout.
Mr. Chair, may I supplement?
Yes.
Uh,
Go ahead,
My name
Dennis.
is Dennis Clark. I'm CEO of Cummings Properties. And when we kicked off this permitting process some number of months ago, we thought at that time, we didn't have a lease in hand, but we thought we knew exactly which of our existing expanding clients was going to take all or a substantial portion of this new building. And if you had asked me if that was still the same plan up to about 3 days ago, I would have said yes. Sitting here right now, I don't know if that's going to happen. So as we sit here tonight, we still don't have a lease in hand, and we're advancing this on a speculative basis. But we've been operating this property for almost 30 years. And over that time, we're very hands-on. We maintain, we design, we build, we finance, we do it all in-house. We have seen the gradual conversion of more and more of these two buildings towards science-based companies, including biotech, and that's the current composition of the building. So we've seen demand. This building has been substantially full for several years. And we see more demand than there is supply in the marketplace. And we think that this is a responsible way to invest more in Medford and meet some of that demand, and presumably with most of the existing clients in the building, because we've got a couple of dozen in total. And a number of them are developing science-based firms that are always changing in what they need.
Right. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Clark. Yes.
Could I add a few comments? And some of them might sound a little crazy, but
Hey, Christy, just introduce yourself again. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm Christy Dowd, a member of the board. Thank you. Does this project have linkage?
Yes.
That's a question.
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
The linkage,
It's estimated around $275,000.
Okay. Yeah, so that's sort of leading to my second question, like what is the give back to the neighborhood? Just I think there's an opportunity to do something better than a Starbucks at the ground floor space. And, if that's commercial space, is there a consideration for another gesture of give back to the neighborhood that promotes some sort of educational opportunity at the ground floor, something that promotes equity and inclusion within that neighborhood, or a neighborhood retailer. So that's just like my concerns. I think across Greater Boston, you're seeing a lot of these life sciences buildings going up, and there is a huge focus on the ground floor commercial space to give back to the community in some way. And my last comment is, I understand the phasing, but it does concern me that with this being speculative, the garage being built first and having some sort of commitment to ensure that that's the building itself gets built. Like then there's just not a garage and we've got a lot of parking. So I don't know if there's any response to that. Thank you. That's all I have.
so I'd be happy to speak to both your excellent points. Thank you so much. We put Starbucks there as a placeholder. We're open to, we're hoping it's a smaller community, something smaller, more organic. Maybe it's a mom and pop coffee shop that can serve the neighborhood, or it's a dry cleaner, whatever works best down there, whatever kind of neighborhood amenity that needs a space like that, it's available. That's the intention. We just kind of grabbed a logo and tried to show something there. Regarding the parking garage, I don't know what to say other than there is no chance that we're going to build a parking garage. None, and then not follow up with this. This is we're not doing this to build a parking garage. We're doing it to build the leasable space.
I'd like to add to that Just to add to the points I made when presenting the parking information, it simply wouldn't make economic sense to build an enlarged parking garage because currently we have more than sufficient number of spaces to serve the existing building's needs. So the building of a parking garage is driven by the proposed addition and the additional leasable space that it would yield. So they are entirely connected. Sorry, Dennis, if you had anything to add.
That's where I was going to, Brian. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board members, any other questions you'd like to bring up at this time before we open up the public participation portion of the hearing?
I guess I just would follow up, and I know I'm like a little bit of a broken record at this point, but I would encourage you to look at the massing of the building and how it addresses the street and how the landscaping is thought of as in a holistic way with the whole of the project massing and how it touches the street. And I also think, you know, it's a curious design problem in that area where there's very much a very diverse number of types of buildings and uses along that edge. I mentioned the residential across the street, but if you think about that side of Boston Ave, you know, you have everything along there from homes to you know, antique shops to gas stations to U-Haul. So you know, thinking about the retail and the ground floor uses, how the building meets the street, and how it could sort of start to tell a story of how it gets stitched together. Boston Ave is something I think I would really encourage you to think about.
Since the city department heads have taken a look at this, I'm wondering if the city engineer, Tim McGivern, would like to speak up or.
Sure.
Mr. McGivern, thanks for joining.
Sure. Andre, did you have any specific questions for me, or did you want me to kind of give you?
Well, I'm wondering. I know that in your letter you raised some issues, and I know CLES is raising some issues right now. I'm wondering whether you wanted to highlight anything in particular.
You know, as the proponent stated, they did meet with us preliminarily and discuss things. Generally, you know, from a utility standpoint, they appear to be heading down the right direction. And I knew what direction they were headed. I could go into all kinds of details. I'll just do each one roughly. Stormwater system. They connect to actually a non-Medford system. It's a private system. We don't actually know who owns it, but it discharges to the river. You know, so it's a redevelopment project, reducing impervious area. So the idea of cisterns really is something that I think makes a lot of sense here if they can use the irrigation water. And also, you know, by converting roofed parking to just a regular roof, it does contribute to water quality as well as the reduction of impervious area. So, you know, and I've asked them to take a look at the on-site system as far as the collection that's there now and making some sort of baseline improvements, just kind of getting things up to where they should be, keeping floatables and oils out of the river. As far as water, they have their own on-site private system. I'm asking them to confirm that it is looped so they can have fire protection service from 2 sources. And not just one. So I'm certain they probably talked about that with Mr. Kerger today and figuring that piece out of it. And then what am I forgetting? Sewer. I've asked them to just making sure they're taking a look at where their sewage is going right now. It goes into part of it goes into an oil grit separator. You know, so I've asked them to separate the traditional wastewater flow from the oil grit flow to protect that unit, do maintenance, video inspect the private service to get to our system, and also to inspect for any infiltration or inflows which, is pretty baseline stuff. And then from a site perspective, again, there's an existing footprint there, and given for where it is and what they're doing, I didn't have any general site issues with the programming that they're proposing. There's a slight increase in landscaping area out front with sort of a pedestrian amenity along the front of the property. I think that'll do well for the area. I think Mr. Klaus, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I just looked at it real quick. I apologize. Anyway,
Andreasen.
Andreasen, yeah, Mr. Andreasen makes a good point. As far as the massing of the building and how Boston Ave takes that. I'm not an architect, but I kind of felt that in the renderings too. But that's not for my place to say one way or the other. And then we had some recommendations that we felt were appropriate given the traffic analysis, similar to the last project we went over, giving a menu of options that are somewhat smaller improvements, capping at about 20,000. I think Todd is here, can give details on that. And then the last element I'll talk about real quick is frontage and making some real modest frontage improvements. I think is all that we'd be asking for here, and replacing busted concrete panels, sidewalk panels. In general, it's in fair plus to good condition. That sidewalk, I'd say good. So there's some cracked panels, some heaving. We've asked them to take a look at their entrances. Usually here in the city, we like to have entrances that are either treated like a roadway or treated like a driveway and not in the middle. Kind of right now they're in the middle, so we're asking them to make some improvements there. Pretty modest. And what else? I think Todd, if you wanted to go into some of the menus of options that you've put in there, I think that might be the logical next step. So thank you. I'm open for questions as well.
Thank you. Well, Tim, before you go, can I just can I ask one follow-up question, which is around, we have an email in our materials from Dave Proctor, the superintendent of water and sewer. And I'm just a little confused about the, what's going on with the water and sewer connections. Was there some follow-up on that?
I haven't actually spoken. I'm not aware of the email. I haven't actually spoken to Dave. So Dave Proctor is the water purveyor. He leads the water and sewer division. So from a practical standpoint, they'll need to get inspections and things like that. He's probably looking at similar things I'm looking at. Right now, I don't have records for a looped connection. So the project is stating that they have a looped connection from North Street to Boston Avenue. So that would allow them to pull their services off of that loop and meet fire protection site code, basically. But if they don't have that, then they would most likely need to figure out a way to loop it or put the connections into Boston Avenue. I don't know what Dave has said, but that's roughly what's going on with the water and sewer. It's an on-site collection system with I believe one connection to our city system. So.
Okay, let me just, the email from Dave Proctor, basically says the MWRA should be involved, as an 8M permit will be required along with the water sewer separator. The 8-inch water service will need to be replaced, as Elizabeth Grady is also on the 8-inch water line that also supplies fire service. Sewer would need to be videoed. So I'm just wondering if there's somebody on the call who can kind of clarify what's going on there. I don't know if Mike Ovani, you can do that.
I think so. So we actually met with Peter Krieger this morning. So maybe I can clarify some of the stuff. First of all the comments from the engineering department, including the traffic ones, in the menu that was offered in the traffic ones were amenable to that. There were some things there that were comfortable moving forward with, and everything that Tim mentioned in his letter all makes sense and they're all readily achievable. regarding the water. So when we met with Peter today, we learned, if you go out there, you chase these water gates all the way up through the adjacent property at 222 Boston Ave, which is the larger 4-story Elizabeth Grady building. And there's water gates that go all the way up to North Street. So we had made the assumption that was a looped connection. When we met with Peter today, when I spoke with Peter, Tuesday. He said, "Let me dig up some maps and I'll meet you there this morning." And so we met with him this morning, and we kind of learned that it might only be a 2-inch line that comes off of North Ave to that serves the 222 and 230, and that it potentially terminates there. There's an 8-inch line on our site that runs between the buildings that gives fire, that provides the fire service to 222. There's also an 8-inch line that runs down the north driveway on our property that connects is the fire service for 196 Boston Ave, which is the building adjacent to the north building. What we talked about with Peter was, okay, with a couple of options. There was an option to do a triple gate connection as we've proposed on the plans, and he seemed to think that would work. There was also a next level option, which would be connect that line that runs from the north driveway to the one that serves the building through the garage. Now it might be 100 feet of pipe that we could install to then at least have a connection from 2 locations, and Peter thought that would be acceptable as well. Then the third thing we talked about was that as we've learned, and the city may be aware, the Elizabeth Grady, that property, they're looking to kind of redevelop that as well, potentially in the near future. And there's a possibility if something happens on that site that the requirement would be for that development to take an 8-inch line from North Ave and run it down the driveway and connect it to the 8-inch line that's already there, creating another loop. So there were some very achievable options there that Peter presented, and I think all of them different levels of options that can be enacted to make this satisfactory to the water department, and we're comfortable continuing to work with them on this.
Tim McGivern, you see you're unmuted. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that at all.
I can comment on that. It sounds reasonable. Basically, the issue is without having a loop, you only have one source for fire, so you obviously can't isolate that. So you shut it off. The building doesn't get water, or if there's et cetera, et cetera. So what he was talking about is creating that loop, and it sounds like 3 different ways, right? So, and what we're talking about now and Dave sounds like he had some information regarding water quality in there and age of pipes and things like that, maybe. All of that usually will come out when they do the fire flow test. If they do a fire flow test and the flows aren't high enough and it's an 8-inch line, it means that it's most likely, tuberculated or in bad condition or whatever. But, it goes back to, it's a private site main. So what I'm looking for is that they're meeting standards for fire protection for their building on the site water system. And so it sounds like what I'm saying is consistent with what the meeting with the water department, how that went. So I'm just going to confirm that. I'll talk to those guys, I'm sure, anyway.
Okay. Thank you. And Todd Blake, can you speak a little bit to your perspective on what's being proposed in terms of the pedestrian environment, parking, traffic, et cetera?
I was just wondering too, Andre, if we were going to hear from World Tech and get a summary of their traffic study at all.
Do we have someone?
Yep. I believe Rod Emery from World Tech is available.
Okay, so maybe why don't we do that then, Todd? You can kind of address all of it at once. Is that all right?
Sure.
Rod.
Again, this is Rod Emery from World Tech Engineering. And we did a traditional traffic impact study for the area. Probably where we started was the study area. We sort of had a block around the site, Mystic Valley Parkway, Boston Ave, North Ave, and Auburn Street sort of formed this circle around the site. We performed traffic counts last March. They formed the basis of the existing volume network. We factored them up for seasonal conditions and growth, as well as the pandemic. We applied some factors to that. We could, and we created a 7-year down the road, a 2028 no build network. So if nothing was happening at the site, this is what traffic would look like at these intersections. Just to say, Mystic Valley Parkway carries about 3 times as much traffic as Boston Avenue, and Boston Ave is a minor arterial in the city. We also cross a couple jurisdictions. Mystic Valley Parkway belongs to DCR. We're right on the Somerville border, so we have some interesting crossovers there. After we built the no-build network, we applied some traffic volumes based on the build condition, which was what was 67,000 square feet of research and development. And actually, we were a little bit on the conservative side. The 3,000 square feet of amenity space is actually included in the 67. We put it outside and actually added traffic to it based on not a Starbucks, but what we call a casual restaurant. And actually, the casual restaurant at 3,000 square feet generated as much peak hour traffic as the 67,000 square feet of research and development. So we think we created a fairly conservative picture of traffic impacts. Obviously, the signals on the corners of most of these intersections work reasonably well. Mystic Valley Parkway has some long queues, but they serve a lot of traffic through their lanes. I think the signals are pretty old. We looked at levels of service along Boston Avenue. The driveways all come out at A level of service, which is the best. And some of the side streets in the residential neighborhood. The DCR is in the midst of they just released their Parkways Master Plan. And this section, of course, is included in their master plan, all the parkways they're doing. And there seems to be a theme of them eliminating lanes to try to improve pedestrian and bicycle accommodation. So we did a supplementary analysis in the appendix for Mystic Valley Parkway as if it was a 1-lane roadway instead of a 2-lane roadway as it is today. Most of the problems we found were not operational problems, but they were the two DCR locations are high crash locations. And so more of the effort is on the safety aspects of the intersections. We did look at the impacts. We have something like, at the most, we capped the additional traffic at under 20 cars per hour per intersection. So as they spread out and they dissipate, there was minimal impacts. We had a couple of seconds of more delay, a couple, maybe 15 feet of more queuing space. We thought that the signals on Mystic Valley Parkway could be improved by some timing adjustments. We feel their clearance intervals are fine, but their crash rate is really due to the large volume of traffic that they service, in 2 lanes of road that are very tight. They're very tight lanes. There's no shoulders, and the turning traffic has to stop in the middle of a through lane, and it makes it so a very hard situation. One of the things that was interesting is they had a lot of crashes that happened during rainy conditions or wet pavement conditions, which surprised me. Just at Auburn and Mystic Valley Parkway. One of the recommendations in the Parkways Master Plan was that they wanted somebody to do an analysis of the 1-lane road, in which we provided in our traffic study. So kind of really fast, that kind of wraps up the study, and I can comment on Todd's recommendations, or we can have a little conversation about that. I think there are some really good recommendations here on bicycle, bus, and pedestrian facilities that we can incorporate into the project. There are some other recommendations at the Mystic Valley Parkway intersections, adding signal heads and backplates and some lens changes, which can be more difficult when you have old signals that structurally some of the mast arms wouldn't be able to absorb all that extra weight and wind load. We did point out that they really should have a road safety audit done to sort of come up with a full menu of safety improvements that go with those two signalized locations. But I'll end it there.
This is Jackie Furtado. I have a point of clarification. If you can go back to when you spoke on the level of service A, were you referring to Boston Ave or Mystic Valley Parkway, Route 16?
Boston Ave, where the side streets and driveways are.
Where the side streets and driveways are as a level of A, and you said
Right.
it was high. Can we unpack, you said it was the highest level. Can we unpack what the highest level meant? That literally means that it's free flow traffic with individual users virtually unaffected by the presence of others in the traffic stream. So what you're saying is that the Boston Ave that you've taken off, and this is in peak hours, would that include with the Tufts University students? Because that's pretty much a grad area. I lived right at 258 Boston Ave, and I just don't see level service A, and I'm just trying to figure out what your peak hours were.
The basic measure of level of service is based on how many seconds of delay you have to wait to make a maneuver. So at a signal, you're going back and forth between the main street and the side street, and cars are delayed a certain average number for the whole intersection. And sometimes one approach can be closer to failure than it is an A level of service. Certainly the signals are not at A levels of service. The driveways are how long you have to wait to come out of a driveway. Basically, Boston Ave doesn't stop for the side streets or the driveways coming out. So it's really just looking at how long does it take a driver to come out of a driveway onto Boston Ave.
And that's without taking it. I'm just trying to figure out. I do know that it's a minor arterial, Boston Ave, right? But then you have the cross connector there. Actually, they're all trying to get to connectors, which are major highways, which whether it's going east, west or east on 16. I'm having a hard time seeing. I'm just having a hard time with the study without seeing the actual details behind the study, not just from living there, but also being a Tufts alum in that area and just I also have a project over in that area with the Green Line coming and right there on Route 16. So I'm just having a hard time seeing that having a level service of A. That's all.
Again, it's really the side street that would on a driveway or an unsignalized location. There's certainly the signals that Boston and North Street is more like a B, I think, a level of service, I remember right. And I think Boston Ave at the Mystic Valley Parkway is a B as well. But there are certain approaches that are approaching capacity. So I don't want to mislead you that overall level of service, we do factor all the approaches together and sort of average them. Sometimes there's one or two of them that are really close to capacity and would be like an E level of service.
Okay. E meaning the worst failing and
no, F is failing.
F is failing at capacity more than I just wanted to make sure. So you did a collective overall of the area and the site affecting the property is what you're saying is level of A only. Okay. So all right, thank you. No further questions. I just wanted clarity.
Okay, maybe we could go to it's a Todd Blake from the city, just to comment on what we're hearing, and also your recommendations, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, as I mentioned in our comment letter, basically due to the two high crash rate locations that this project will contribute traffic to, and also just the net trips it's adding in the peak hours. In the AM peak, it's adding 35, PM peak 75, and daily 1600. Just as other reviews we've done, we would point out that any additional new trips may exacerbate existing issues such as the crash history at those two Mystic Valley Parkway locations. And also whatever you can do to promote transit, cycling, and pedestrian access that would reduce the vehicle impacts to the neighboring community, that road, those intersections. So my recommendations are based on that, the proportional, what I believe is proportional relatively for this project to the area. And I recommended a menu of options for the board or the proponent to consider, and it's by no means an exhaustive list, but it just gives a sampling of what could be possible. So for the cycling amenities, just looking at kind of upgrading the Boston Ave bike lanes and sharrows that are out there now to emphasize, especially the conflict points for the cyclists where the bike lane crosses side streets, and possibly super sharrows on the downhill sharrow, just to further emphasize those amenities for cyclists to further encourage cycling. And then for pedestrians, the two crosswalks that are unsignalized crosswalks crossing towards the site, to enhance them in any way possible, and to, if they're deficient in accessibility, to do that as well. So that safety-wise, there's so much that could be done at those two intersections. It's not necessarily, this proponent shouldn't be held to fix all those. So that's why I was trying to recommend some things that are somewhat proportionate that could add some measure of safety to those to hopefully reduce some crashes. And as Rod pointed out, some of the equipment is pretty old, so they could look at it and see what they recommend with in consultation with DCR or Somerville in the case of Boston Ave at Mystic Valley. One thing I really noticed today going back out there is in the eastbound direction on Mystic Valley Parkway, it's the only approach of the two intersections that doesn't have an overhead component. So there's a mast arm with the signal head facing the westbound traffic, but not the eastbound traffic at Boston Ave and Mystic Valley Parkway. And coming on that approach, there's only two side mounted, and one of them's trees are blocking the view of one, and the other is momentarily at times behind a post. So the addition of an overhead signal head in that approach could incrementally improve safety there, visibility of the signal, and make people aware of the red or green prior to. And Rod did point out a good point about the load. If it's hanging versus mounted onto the arm, maybe it won't contribute to the wind load that much, one extra head. So it's something to consider. Things like that. The signal system, it's so old that it still has incandescent bulbs versus LEDs. They're not as visible. They go out much more often. So usually those types of bulbs will go out every 6 months or so, whereas LED will last a few years and it's brighter. So, something as simple as a bulb going out and a red not being visible for that one that is visible in the eastbound could be, contribute to safety in a substantial way. So just trying to give the board and the proponent menu of options to improve safety and reduce vehicle trips.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. So, Mr. Emery, could you just go quickly through, in terms of the on-site and off-site possibilities, which ones, since we are tasked as a board with making some recommendations to the ZBA, what you feel is doable here, and which ones you might have issue with?
Certainly, as I said originally, that the bicycle facilities, which Todd talked about, painting some of the bike lanes, some of the conflict areas, the bus stops, there's a bench, and the pedestrian, some of the additional warning signs. I am not sure what this, we'll certainly look into some of the additional signal heads at the Mystic Valley Parkway, but with DCR headed toward, some kind of different plan for the parkway, which probably won't happen recently, short term, but maybe there's some simple improvements we can come up with to try to improve visibility of the signals there. I'm just not sure at this point, until we sort of get into the weeds a little bit on the design, what we could do there. Certainly backplates, new bulbs are a little bit easier than replacing overhead. Once you go to overhead signals, I'm not afraid, but I know we'd have to check the mast arms to see structurally whether they could hold it.
Yeah, some other minor things I noticed is that the visors on some of the signal heads are missing. So that typically implies that they're getting hit when trucks take the corner. So there could be either replaced or consider repositioning a post so it doesn't get hit or protected with a bollard, things like that. At Boston Ave at North, it's not necessarily a high crash location, but there is a post that's really close to the corner that could use some protection. And at that signal, there's also two signal heads that still have 8-inch signal lenses, which is not really usable at this point anymore. The 12 inches is the standard. So yeah, whatever, I don't know, Rod, if your team has some, or if you want to take a look at what you think you can do within the recommended amounts.
Mr. Blake, would it make sense to focus on items on your list that are within Medford's jurisdiction? It seemed like that way the two parties could get together and decide what really makes sense to get done and know we can do it, as opposed to some of these other items that involve multiple jurisdictions. Is there enough there? Is there enough there on the Medford land that would be commensurate with the value and the size of the project that's being proposed?
Yeah, I don't have a detailed cost for all of these, but there may be enough to piece together to meet that proportion in the Medford-owned sections. I mean, it is very peculiar how that small portion of Boston Ave is in Somerville, but a lot of Medford residents obviously use it coming from the West Medford side. So they traverse over that short section of Somerville. And one of the crosswalks, I believe, is in Somerville at Irvington. So, there was even consideration of possibly realigning those two crosswalks to be better positioned to serve the new development, especially if there's a cafe casual restaurant at the corner there. So yeah, I guess the answer is there may be enough to meet those needs in the Medford portion. But then, the downside would be potentially the improvements are all on, one side or not necessarily equally distributed to where the trips may be equally distributed to. But
can I just add that, like, the traffic study assumes in those results that the signal timing is optimized and changed. So in order to get those results, we have to include signal timing updates at the DCR signals. Rod, sorry, my internet keeps going out, so I missed part of your presentation, but I definitely think that I don't know is there any approvals that from DCR that you already have to go through?
Maybe Mike, I don't think we do.
Not at this time, no.
I mean, I know Deanna's right about the build analysis with mitigation, but what I was mitigating was a 2 or 3 second increase in delays. So it was just to show the math that we could do it with just some signal timing adjustments. But still, the impacts are very, very minor, even without it. So I'm happy to talk to DCR about it, but I'm not sure where the head is, I guess, because they're looking to do other things on the Parkway. They discourage traffic rather than encourage it to be more efficient.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to point out that in order to see the changes that you present in the report,
we did both. We did no build without the changes, and then we showed that in order to mitigate a 3 or 4 second in delays, that we can certainly make it better with just some timing changes. Thanks for pointing that out.
Jackie, I see you're unmuted. Would you like to say something?
No. Okay. Sorry, not at this time.
Do any other board members want to speak up at this time before I open the public participation portion of the hearing? Okay, why don't we open the public participation portion of the hearing. If any resident or that would like to make a comment, please use the raise hand function at the bottom of the Zoom screen. You can also send an email to ocd@medford-ma.gov. And you can call, let me just get the number again. You can also call 781-393-2480. Great, I see Ken Kraus has his hand raised. We could unmute him, that would be great. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. Again, Ken Kraus, 50 Mystic Street. I'm in support of this addition to 200 Boston Avenue. I think it's going to be good for the city in terms of economic development, revenue, additional jobs in the city. And I'm also hoping it's a catalyst for continued planning for phase 2 of the Green Line extension, which is to bring a additional station just next door to this property. The one thing I'm concerned about a little bit from the community impact is the emission of light from the building at night. These life sciences companies frequently have international headquarters and partners, and the lights are off and on at 200 Boston Avenue early and late. They're not too significant in terms of the impact of the neighborhood at that side of the building because there's the commuter rail corridor, excuse me, and then walking court behind it. It's kind of set back in a lower elevation, but as was pointed out, this is going to be a significant change for the abutters across Boston Avenue. There's about 10 homes directly facing this, and there's a low-level parking deck now. In one corner of it is just surface parking, and they're going to have now a 5-story wall of a building end to end there, which is going to pretty dramatically change the view from their perspective. So as this goes forward, I just hope that the planners can keep in mind keeping the light reduced that comes out of the building, whether it be shades on the windows or just the lights inside the parking area. While there'll be screening, the lights will still be visible. So one of the negative things about this area is the U-Haul building in terms of its impact on the neighborhood. It is extremely over illuminated. If you're ever down there at night, the building, it's actually in Somerville and it's not a Cummings building, but it is grossly over illuminated in the West Medford area. You can see it for blocks. And we don't want something anywhere near that. I don't think Cummings would do that. They're an excellent corporate citizen, and they want to do right by the community. So I just hope they would keep that in mind. And if the community development board can make a condition of that or just a emphasis of that to minimize the emission of light from the building at particularly in the night hours. So, thank you.
Great, thank you, Ken. Can anyone on the project team speak to the light issue? I think that's a good one. Yeah, Mr. Avani.
Thank you. Great point. So interestingly enough, the garage for certain, we have multiple properties that have garages, and we set the lights up so that they're on occupancy sensors, so the lights won't be on all the time. Somebody drives by and needs a light, the light will go on. Somebody doesn't need the light goes off. So I think the garage section certainly will generically be minimal, hopefully. The building section is very interesting. We can certainly work with the prospective tenants to do things like shading or I know these buildings, it's absolutely correct. There's a lot of international companies and, it's tough the buildings are open. I'm going to say that they're open 24/7. Clients can use them however they want. Usually you get people in there at 6 or 7 in the morning and they work till, whenever at night that's necessary. We can certainly work with them to, when they're not there, to make sure that the accommodations are made so that we're not disturbing our neighbors like that, for sure. We're happy to work towards that.
Could you speak a little bit more about the landscaping? I'm assuming that the footprint of the building is going to match the deck that's there already. So you're not actually going to increase the buffer, the landscape buffer, are you? And I know there's a couple of small kind of runtish trees there right now. I assume you probably have to take those out, but are you going to plant more trees? As the trees could be one way of screening, excuse me, the properties across the street from that visual impact.
Absolutely. Can I share my screen just to go back to one rendering? Is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be great, Amanda, if you could do that.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Mike, you have permission to share
Yeah, you can do
screen.
it.
You should choose just the window that you want. There you go.
Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the objective here is, you're absolutely right. We're building within the existing footprint of the garage as it exists today. And you're right. There is some landscaping that goes along between the garage and the generously wide sidewalk that's there now. We're going to obviously probably have some challenges with that just to get it built. And as you can see here, we have planted some additional trees. We'll replant that whole area. There'll be some outdoor amenity space here for whatever amenity kind of winds up utilizing the lower floor, but there will be trees along the building. There will potentially be any exterior lighting that we put on the building just to accentuate the lower level that's going to be interacting with the sidewalk. We'll use down lights. Nothing will be shining out. It'll all be shining down, similar to dark sky compliant lights, to make sure that we're down lighting and not light polluting the area. If that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess I was just looking at those trees to see if they do any shading of the building, but they look pretty small there.
Those are probably how we're going to buy them. Maybe they're a little smaller when we buy them, but it won't take long before they're big.
We like trees, and we will be generous with what we do there if this project is approved. Mike also recommended internally, and we've incorporated into the program, the elimination of some interior parking spaces on that north side of the building to create more green space, and maybe equally importantly, some more patio space, outdoor recreation area, or outdoor support space for a coffee shop or a casual restaurant that we hope to attract into the building. And please be assured that our concept for amenity space there is neighborhood scale. If it's going to be successful, and we want it to be successful, if we build space and nobody wants to lease it, that's a failure. It's going to need to be amenities that are really attractive to people on campus, but also in the surrounding neighborhood in order to be viable. And if the neighborhood wants a more local flavor to it, we'd love that. We want to put in there whatever is going to be attractive to everybody in the area, and therefore well used. And so that's our intent. That's our goal.
Yeah. My suggestion might be to protect that area a little bit more. I've seen lots of situations where you have those small outdoor patio areas along fairly busy roadways, and with the noise and with full sun, they're not very pleasant places to be. So if you could get a couple more trees over on that corner helping to shade the patio area, I think that would be helpful. And I don't know to the extent there's what you can do about the sidewalk along Boston Ave. I know it's a big sidewalk, and it doesn't seem like it's in pretty good shape according to the city. So there's not full replacement, but maybe fixing spots that have problems. I don't know if it's possible to put in some new tree wells along the sidewalk as well. The more vegetation that can kind of protect that, such a straight shot there with the traffic that that really discourages, I think, a feeling of safety, and the, you know, the noise level when you have traffic going by at that level is not great.
Duly noted. Thank you.
There are some existing trees that are in the sidewalk that are not shown on that rendering. There's 3 of them, 3 sizable trees that will remain. So we can absolutely extend the tree wells on that as well, and again fill those gaps in with some trees in the 15-foot setback area.
May I just, sorry, Andre, this is Alicia
Yes.
Hunt,
Go
Director.
ahead, Director
Just
Hunt.
because it's part of this conversation, if we're put in some, I'm jotting down some notes about a condition around trees. And what I would recommend is that consultation with our tree warden, who is really an expert on right tree, right place, to talk about appropriate height, that what height would the trees grow to without having concern about disrupting the sidewalk. And I am pleased to hear you say that you want to keep the sidewalk trees that are there and you don't feel they're in the way of the construction. And I might consult with Tim and Todd on this, whether if the company was amenable, if there was space, because I can see that too close to the road is a problem, too close to the building is a problem, but to consult with our staff and the tree warden on whether additional sidewalk trees would work on that sidewalk since it's so large. And that might help. Could we put larger trees if they were next to the road versus next to the building? And if that's something that we could consider there.
We're certainly open to that.
Thank you. And we have, there's going to be striping, I guess, on the side streets along Boston Ave. And is there existing ramps there cutting across those entryways? Sorry, I didn't look at that closely.
Sorry, do you mean their driveways or are you talking about the side streets?
Yeah, I think they're driveways.
The driveways
Boston
into
Ave.
the 200 at Boston Ave area?
Yeah.
So, I
Is
mean,
there-
all sidewalks would need to be ADA compliant.
Right, so they're at like level grade with the sidewalks on either end, or are there ramps?
The sidewalks die right into it, so it's all I actually went out there with the smart level Monday night, and they're all within the Mass AAB percent that they can be. There are some slight drops, but it's all kind of level. It's all nice, goes up less than 2%.
Okay, actually, I'm looking at it right now on Street View, Google Street View. Okay, yeah. I can actually show folks if they just want to see it real quick.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Blake.
Yeah, so as you're depicting in the street view, what Tim had mentioned earlier is for most projects now, we either want them to continue the sidewalk treatment, so cement concrete with a driveway apron across, much like the Locust Street project, or if it's kept this way where the asphalt pavement is the driveway and you have ramp on either side, then you would paint the crosswalk across the driveway as if it were a street. So one of those two, if it stayed like this, it would have a painted crosswalk. Or you could construct it in such a way it looks like a continuous version of the sidewalk.
Yeah, and today those sidewalks are that the apron is compliant, so I think I would probably leave it there, and I think the crosswalk's not a bad idea, and it will also help the traffic calming as well.
Can I ask a question on this view?
Yeah, absolutely.
So where would the proposed building face be in relation to what we're seeing the face of the garage is today?
Pretty much the same spot.
Same spot. So the same, you'd have the same buffer strip
Yep, it's about 15 feet
from the curb or from the sidewalk?
from the property line, which I believe is the back of the sidewalk. Yeah, so that dimension between the back of the sidewalk and the face of the building is 15 feet.
And that would be maintained.
Correct.
And here's one of the street trees we were talking about.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Clark, go ahead.
It's probably worth pointing out that our plan involves recycling most of that parking structure. A lot of firms might come in and just knock it down and ship it off and start over again. But we think the most efficient and sustainable, cost-efficient and sustainable way to do this project is to recycle most of the existing structure. And that's why the footprint is the footprint, with the exception of the modest demolition on the south side that Mr. Avani mentioned earlier in his presentation.
But you're going to have to excavate out for your spread footings, right?
Mike and Brian, can you speak to that?
Yeah, within the setback. Yep, but they'll be below ground.
Yeah, okay.
And there's going to be a lot of internal footings too. We're actually, you know what? And Brian, you can help me out here. The perimeter footings on this that are there now will remain untouched. We're going to come in. It might be 10 feet, and then do another row of footings inside there, so that the tributary load for that last 10 feet is only about 5 feet of it that's going to be in the existing footings. I think we have a scheme where we can leave the existing footings and not excavate around the perimeter.
Yes, Miss Mike, that's correct. And the board can see that indicated on the plans that were submitted. Columns marked in red are new, which require new footings, but that's inboard of the current perimeter of the garage.
Good, thank you.
Great. It's great to hear that you're going to be reusing a lot of that. Thank you. Mr. Blake, you raised your hand again?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to circle back to something Dennis had asked in terms of possible traffic mitigation within the city. Looking at it some more, if the proponent wanted to offer something like extending the enhanced bicycle lane conflict markings and super share treatments beyond what was originally recommended to, up to say Winthrop Street, or even as far as the Green Line Station or across, into West Medford, you probably could achieve the level of improvements in Medford-owned property. So say, for instance, the green markings at all the conflict points on the side streets and super sharers were extended all the way up to, say, the Green Line Extension station, the new one, then that would definitely enhance and increase the likelihood of people cycling, from that area to the site or vice versa. So the answer is it could reach the recommended proportion within Medford if the board decided to go that route with those types of improvements.
Can you explain, Mr. Blake, just the super sharrow, what that would entail?
Sure. So the uphill, as all of you likely know, the uphill direction of Boston Ave has a bike lane separate from the travel lane, but in the downhill direction it has sharrows, indicating that cyclists are allowed to travel within the lane and drivers should be aware of them. So right now the sharrows are painted as white markings, and a super sharrow would be the same marking but with a green box background underneath it, so it really stands out and pops in the roadway. A local example is on Curtis Street in Somerville, right up over the hill from Winthrop Street, Medford. If you go up over the hill into Somerville, down by Raymond and Curtis and Paros Boulevard, they have some. So it's just a green background underneath the white sharrow, and it's a square, and it's just meant to highlight it even more so than it is now, to remind drivers that to be aware of cyclists in the roadway with them.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic suggestion, and I think it's something we'd be happy to consider and work with Todd and the engineering department on something like that.
I'll note that I think the Medford Bicycle Commission has been asking for, introducing elements like these at the conflict points at crossing streets and super sharrows like that to make it in areas where we can't fit a bike lane.
And Mr. Blake, I mean, on like looking at this right here, see if somebody's even in this picture parked in the bike lane. You think it's, well, I don't know if it's.
There's the bike lane there.
Is that a bike lane or is that parking? I don't really get it.
Mr. Chair, on that side of the street, I believe that's parking, and then you have sharrows, the indicators, as Mr. Blake said, that bicycles are cycling in the travel lane, and on the opposite side of the street, southbound, you have a dedicated bike lane.
This is the dedicated bike lane, isn't it?
That's the parking shoulder.
That's the parking shoulder, and this is the bike lane?
Correct. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, it almost makes more sense to get rid of the parking lane and make this the bike lane and have some level of protection here with the not like permanent bollards, but at least some like flags or something you can put in there.
Yeah, the city's open to exploring things like that, but that would involve traffic commission removal of the on-street parking. So working within, when this was a complete streets project in 2017, and to add these bicycle accommodations without impacting a whole side of Boston Ave parking, it was able to fit the uphill bike lane and the downhill sharrow. That's the same treatment that's going in High Street near the Brooks School, Safe Routes to School project. So whenever there's not necessarily a clear choice or enough space to allocate 2 bike lanes, the preference is the bike lane the uphill direction, because it's the bikes are slower and out of the stream of the travel lane. Whereas if it's downhill.
And then there's no on-street parking that really exists for the residents in that area, because almost every street except for North Street is permit parking, correct? And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that the other choices have been 200 Boston Ave parking garage. You've been very generous in allowing residents in Boston Ave to park there. I was part of that when I lived at 258. So I was just making that note about restructuring that parking there, but also notating that the parking was at your place.
Right. Well, I'm wondering also on this corner, just looking at the bus stop, and then, hopefully there will be more people using the bus stop when your development happens. If there's an opportunity as you're redesigning this area to make it so that people waiting for the bus have some place to get out of the weather or sit down.
Yeah, one of the recommendations, one of Todd's recommendations was to add benches there, and that is something that we'd be happy to do. And there is going to be some hardscape in that area again, that will have benches and shade, and people could sit there. As a matter of fact, in this rendering that I had shared with, there's a bench right in front of the bus stop.
I don't see any other comments from members of the public. Amanda, have you gotten anything?
Yes, I had a call-in comment from Tina Rapatino from 81 Marshall Street. She had 2 kind of points. The first was a concern for noise. There's an existing level of noise that impacts residents already. She believes it may be from existing AC or heat coming out of buildings. And she's wondering if the proponent would consider any efforts to mitigate existing noise that's already impacting residents, and also to address noise concerns moving forward. The second half of her comment had to do with is there, and maybe this would be addressed by explaining a little bit the nature of the work of potential tenants that would be moving into this facility, but would there be anything that anyone that comes in that would potentially add to exhaust or air pollution, or just generally a concern for hazardous materials in the area that may impact surrounding residents?
Happy to.
Would you like us to respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mike.
Either one of you.
Go ahead, Mike. You lead
I'm
off.
happy to. Thank you. Interesting comment about the rooftop equipment and noises. When we did the addition in 2011, we heard the same thing, and we had city officials come out and it was determined it wasn't coming from our building. So that's interesting. Yeah, there will be rooftop equipment there. We will encourage low zone fans, obviously, and if we have to do some screening, or if we have to have the clients do some screening to direct the noise straight up and out of the direction of the neighbors, we're comfortable with that.
We've just gone as the operators of the existing building, whether or not we end up getting approved for this expansion and build it or not, we want to relate to neighbors that have concerns about operations. So if you want to put her directly in touch with me, be happy to talk to her more specifically. Also, we want to understand her what she's hearing.
Awesome. Much better answer, Dennis. Thank you so much. Regarding the hazardous materials and the pollution, again, this is going to be a continuation of what happens in that building now. We don't anticipate this building does not have any, from what I understand, no bio level 3 or 4 users at all. So there's nothing really in there that's it's all bio. Most of the science in there is bio related, not heavy on chemicals or other pollutants, and that's how we kind of see this going. That's how the science is now. The building is not overloaded with hazardous materials. There's specific rules and regulations on that we are in compliance with as well.
I'll add that we as a company have almost 35 years of experience specifically with life science companies as clients. About 2 million square feet of our total portfolio is occupied by life science companies and also pharmaceutical, meditech, and healthcare. And in our experience, there's some of the most heavily regulated industries out there at both the state and the federal level. And most of our buildings are multi-tenanted, so you can have a variety of mixed uses, tenancies right next to each other on the same floor and sharing party walls. You can have an accounting firm, a law firm, general business office, bank, or a restaurant right next door to any of these science-based companies. And to date, we have not had a health-related problem in any of our buildings. And again, as long-term operators, we are completely invested in the operation of our properties. We don't build them and sell them to somebody else and walk away and let problems be somebody else's. So we try our very best to be thoughtful and responsible about what we do. We make mistakes. Everybody does. We miss things. But then we it's not what happens, it's what do you do about it when things go sideways. And we've never sold a commercial building in the 50 years that the company's operated. I can't sit here and say that will never happen. But the track record to date is we're long only as real estate investors and operators. So we would, and again, we would be happy to relate to city officials or any members of the public about any of these questions, tonight and any other time. We're here, we're local, we're hands-on, and let me also say, in case I don't get another chance, I just want to thank everybody for investing the time that you have in reviewing this project before tonight's meeting and then discussing it here. We appreciate all the feedback. We appreciate your earnestness. This project's only going to happen if you all think that it should happen. We respect that. We appreciate that, and we're listening. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Medford Economic Development Director Victor Schrader, you have, I think, something to say about this topic.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Chair. I just thought it would be helpful for the board to know that the Board of Health is reviewing a set of regulations related to biotech and lab uses in the city. So as Dennis mentioned, these are heavily regulated industries at the federal level, but at the moment, we don't have any requirements that they register with the city and report to an oversight board of any kind. So we're hoping to get some regulations in place that aren't onerous, but do require folks to touch base with the city before they operate in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Well, let's see, Amanda, are you getting another comment?
To say for her, it looks like she is the only reason she'd be on the phone right now.
Looks like a telethon.
Okay. I know, right?
We put out a phone number so people watching TV can actually call in.
Big donations.
Well, while we wait for that, then let me just go back to the board members and ask if anybody has further feedback or questions that they want to raise.
I just want to say that I agreed with Todd, and all of those suggestions are great, and that I know there's only so much we can require. I just, some of the level of service numbers in the report are pretty concerning, and the optimized numbers are much better. So I don't know if there's another way. Like if you look at Boston Ave, the westbound left through right lane, under build conditions with no optimization, it's level of service F, 80 seconds delay. With improvements, it's 36.9 seconds of delay at level of service D. So even though the overall intersection may be only a few seconds improvement, some of the approaches are pretty significant. And I think that the added traffic without changing any of the timing will really make the queues and the delay much worse. But maybe there's another way that can be improved. So I just wanted to say that.
And I just wanted to piggyback off that, Deanna, I'm not sure if you lost your internet at the time that I was. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I know a lot about traffic engineering, right? Through traffic engineers. And that was where I was going with that information earlier. And so I would be, I would look to persons like Deanna and your own traffic engineers or even MassDOT engineers or DCR, someone with that expertise to tell me what those mitigated effects would result in. So, and it sounds like we're getting there with our engineer, Todd Blake. And I guess I would just go along with some of those mitigation, those options that you have for mitigation. That's all I was trying to get to early, because I knew that it could not be a level service of A on its own.
Although we may not, we perhaps can't condition anything, based on DCR, we would encourage you to at least open a dialogue with them to see if there's some progress that can be made.
Thank you, Andre. And that's where I was going with it. Just be open to the dialogue.
Getting back to the light question, because I do think that this is something that could be problematic for the homes across the street. Is there any, have you dealt with this before? I mean, there's a lot of glass on that building. Is there a way of getting a certain kind of glass that limits the light emissions? I'm not an architect myself, so I can't speak to specific materials, but perhaps you could.
Sure. There's definitely, there is a lot of glass in the building. A lot of it's spandrel glass. If you really look at I'd say a third of it's spandrel glass. I think there's some shades that could be used. I don't know that you get the glass to change color. That might be a little challenging. We could certainly look into some constructed options to take it out of the tenant's hands if that's a possibility. We'd be open to looking at it deeper.
Okay. Yeah, and can you explain for someone who doesn't know the material spandrel glass? What is that?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to share my screen again one more time. that's okay. Everybody see that? So these pieces of glass at the low part here, at the bottom of each window panel, these are spandrel glass. You can't see through them, so light won't come through those. So, about 2/3 of this panel, light will pass through, but at the bottom it won't. So there is a lot of glass there for effect, but it's not all visual. All over this corner, there's a lot of visual glass. So yes, we can continue to look at how we can mitigate that potential issue.
Andre, this is Jackie. I'd be curious to know what Clace felt about that. Not Clace, not to call you out, but we do have an architect.
Wes, do you want to, can you say anything about that issue?
Yeah, I mean, spandrel glass is very commonly used, and I think, their layout of the building facade seems to be totally in keeping with the design of the adjacent building, and it seems appropriate to me. I'm a hypocrite for saying I don't like it because I use it all the time. But I think, for me, the biggest thing is the facade, and I think in a way I wish there was a way to step the facade back, maybe even just visually instead of actually physically, to create a more recessed feel to the upper floors. And I don't know if that means looking at the more traditional mill aesthetic for the first 3 floors and doing something of a much more simple and monotone color for the upper floor, so that they recede and don't seem as overwhelming to the street edge. That's just a suggestion. I don't know. I did have another question though, which was, are you pursuing any kind of LEED certification or sustainability measurement in the building?
A good question. We will obviously build this to all current codes and all stretch code requirements. We typically build to LEED standards. We try to source everything as local as possible. We could probably get to that point, but we never go for the certification. We typically don't. But I feel like we would be able to get that certification if we so desired. We've never, our experiences, we've never had a client come up to us and say, oh, we really can't lease this building because it's not LEED certified. It just hasn't been, as much as it's important to build it to that level, but it hasn't been the marketing tool that I think it may or may not be presented as.
So I have a question with regards to the interior lighting. You had said that you could easily commit to occupancy sensors in the garage because that is your standard. Could you commit to occupancy sensors in the public areas, or within the commercial portion of the building? I don't remember if this corner piece was a public space, like public, a lobby and stairwell, or if that's a leased space in the corner. But I could imagine the difference between it glowing all evening and all night versus the occupants leave, there's nobody there and the lights turn out.
Yeah, so your comment, this is not a public space at this point in time. We expect that to be part of the lease space. And there are requirements in the energy code that there are occupancy sensors. So we will, these buildings will be filled with occupancy sensors. So theoretically, someone would have to make a concerted effort to override them if they wanted to keep their lights on all night. And I would hope they wouldn't, because it's not beneficial to anybody.
And there was concern about if occupants were there all night, but I think there's also more tolerance for there are people there versus it's empty and shining into people's apartments. And just one other comment, there had been a comment about the roof would be solar ready. I believe you're aware of Medford solar ordinance requiring both the assessment, and if the assessment says that solar is suitable to install solar, a certain amount of solar on the roof of the building, So I'm anticipating that there would be solar on this building.
Fine by us.
Yeah, we are too.
We are routinely doing solar at our buildings where it makes sense, and especially on parking garages, because you don't compete for roof space with mechanical equipment. And we, in fact, do our own design build. Our own electricians are intimately involved in our solars. We're one of the largest private solar developers in the area. So yes, we believe in that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, that was a comment in the chat from Ken Kraus as well, asking that. So thank you for answering. Amanda, it's getting late. We have a couple more comments that you took from the phone, or?
Yes, just one follow-up question from Tina Rapatino, 81 Marshall Street. She was wondering, and she was directing this to Mike Aveni, from the study that you referred to, the 2011 study, if you recall, like what building was the one that was deemed to be generating the noise? And also she wanted to confirm that she would love to be in touch with someone from the proponent team to discuss her concerns.
So off the top of my head, I don't remember. There is a lot of other ambient noise in the area. And it was the comment came from somebody on the downhill side of North Ave, further away. So it could have been somebody that was closer to the Whole Foods section, potentially, that complex there. And as Dennis mentioned, we're happy to have a conversation with anybody who wants to reach out to us and further that.
Was there anything else, Amanda? I know looked like you were on the phone for a little bit.
Nope, that was it, and no comments over email.
Okay, excellent. Any other comments from board members? So our role as a board, obviously, we're not the approval granting authority here. We are making recommendations to the ZBA. I think we've covered a lot of ground, so we would, I think, need to get the notes from the community development staff and write that up into a letter. I don't know, Alicia, if you think you're able to kind of do a quick summary or not of that.
So we have been taking a number of the notes, and I actually had one sort of why don't I read through what we have so far? So what we jotted down a lot of the conditions that we heard the members saying and that we heard the proponent feeling amenable to. Hopefully we caught all of them here. So I indicated it as a bus stop bench. The proponent would provide seating near the bus stop. That they would be improving bicycle facilities. But I have to tell you that I'm going to have to verify that this is done, and that is no longer clear enough to me that I know what that means. So we'll need to elucidate what that one was. Anybody want to expand on improved bicycle facilities?
Yeah,
that was yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Blake.
It kind of depends on if the board ends up recommending to go with some of the bike and some of the signal stuff, or the proponent had asked if the improvements could be all kept in Medford, then I had suggested you could go even further with the bicycle amenities up Boston Ave.
So bicycle amenities means bike lanes and painting, because in my world that means bike racks too.
Yeah, so
bike lanes
for that, for that specific question, so it would be to enhance the existing bike lanes, uphill bike lanes, with special markings at the conflict point, so at every cross street. And then the downhill, it would be to enhance the existing markings by making the Sharrows super Sharrows.
And it seems to me, I fully understand that the proponent would prefer to keep things where the city has jurisdiction because of the difficulty sometimes of coordinating with the state. But some of these go straight into Somerville. Todd, do we feel very comfortable that we could facilitate if things needed to be in order to have consistency for the bike markings? I mean, right now it is consistent between Medford and Somerville on Boston Ave, that we could facilitate that very easily.
Yeah, I think so. When I first arrived here, we coordinated with Somerville to adjust some of the markings approaching the other side, Boston Ave at Mystic Valley Parkway. So yeah, I'm comfortable with that. But you know, with this board, any official approval, it'll probably have to have the language subject to DCR and Somerville, but I'm pretty confident.
Right.
And then to get back to the bus bench, is that just one? Because there's a stop in each direction. Is just the stop on the proponent side or the other one as well? So there's a bus stop on both sides.
I mean, I think from my perspective, it should be both.
Todd, if you feel that there's sidewalk space and the city has the appropriate space on the other side of the sidewalk, I assume the proponent hasn't examined that.
Well, I mean, there is the buffer. It could be incorporated, potentially a bench and ideally some kind of shelter on the property.
Yeah, and as far as the opposite side, Alicia, you could write it in such a way that provide a bench if accessibility allows, and if not, then it's not their fault. But I believe a bench will fit on the opposite side. It's up, the bus stop's up near Harris. Yeah, shelters, Mr. Chair, we're working on some ourselves, and sometimes they get challenging to fit within the right of way, but as you mentioned, on their side, they may have the space. So.
Yeah, if it could be incorporated into the landscaping plan, then that would be great.
So should I go on? Add pedestrian warning signs. There was a specific location?
So that one, this gets back to, sorry for the complicated answers. This gets back to the recommended cap. So there's static, just aluminum, fluorescent, yellow, green warning signs, but there's a next step of enhancement where you could add the LED flashing border, which is a higher cost. So it depends on the menu that's ultimately chosen.
We're choosing the menu now. What is the location for the pedestrian sign?
So there's two existing unsignalized crosswalks, one at Harris or near Harris and one near Irvington.
Crosswalks at Harris and I didn't hear you said.
Irvington, I believe, which is technically Somerville. So the crosswalk is kind of right on the city border, exactly.
They've had Somerville approval. I know we're working on several joint projects with Somerville transportation staff right now. I had approached DCR about improving signal timing at Mystic Valley Parkway and Boston Ave and look into additional signal heads at Mystic Valley Parkway. Require occupancy sensors throughout the building. I think that was stated that it is building code, but I think my impression was the board would feel better just saying it explicitly. Any exterior lighting will be down lighting. Additional trees to shade the patio area. Work with the tree warden on the appropriate trees. Give height without disrupting the sidewalk. And additional sidewalk trees as possible. That's appropriate. And then either paint the crosswalk across driveway or make the sidewalk look continuous with the sidewalk by making it concrete. And I just wanted to put it that way in case during the construction, the proponent found that they were rebuilding the sidewalk, then, the driveway, there would be the option of going either way. Rooftop equipment will be low noise as possible and will include appropriate noise screening. There was then incorporate the comments from the Board of Health and the fire department. incorporate the engineering comments, and then the traffic portion, though, I think we've been addressing separately.
And the solar we covered as well.
I did want to bring up the Historic Commission letter was really more advice and design and wasn't designed as conditions that they could adopt. There was one thing in there that we didn't mention, and that was asking that they would use Tufts transportation demand stuff, but I'm unclear that they have the authority to do that, as this is not a Tufts entity. We, in my opinion, we could say that any Tufts occupation of the space would be part of the Tufts transportation demand management plan. And I'm wondering if that would be deemed fair. Anybody have any concerns about that?
Well, I mean, I'd like to ask the proponent if they do any kind of transportation demand management on their properties right now.
So yes, we, some of the larger properties that, specifically in Beverly, we have a couple of really sizable campuses have TDM plans. The point that this size property probably wouldn't warrant something like that. Tough size property kind of does, though. I know that they have, we actually spoke with a representative from Tufts about this specific comment. We are separate from Tufts. I know Tufts has a TDM plan, and I know they're potentially in the process of revisiting it now that when the Green Line comes aboard, it's going to change their TDM plan significantly, potentially. So I think, you know, that the Tufts people using our building, I suspect that's part of their TDM because it's part of, you know, buildings that they manage or facilities that they're part of. But I don't know that, again, we're kind of separate from them. So I don't know how, we don't have much say in how they run their TDM.
That's leased there. They don't own that space, correct?
Correct. It's all leased. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So how do should we just leave that out? Like, so as I was saying which letters to incorporate, my instinct was to not include the Historic Commission as a requirements. Those are not requirements. Those were sort of design recommendations.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Oh, and Tim, I wanted to check about some of your requirements. Some talked about revision of plans. And so I wanted to understand if you wanted to see the revision of the plans, and did we need more interaction with water and sewer before we could make our recommendations to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
I don't think so. I mean, I tried to write my comments so they could be recommended. The building plan process is when I typically get into the nitty gritties to make sure that exactly what is on the plan is going to be exactly what is built. So it really is up to the board, but I don't necessarily, I don't take any exception to plan revisions happening now during this process or plan revisions happening before they get their building permit. In my mind, either the types of revisions on the utilities that I'm looking at could happen at either level. And Todd, if you can hear me, if you disagree with what I'm saying regarding some of the traffic and transportation conditions, speak up. But I don't think that's the case either. And
in this case, this board is not making the permit decision. It's a recommendation to the ZBA. And your letter, Tim's letter, is actually to the chair of the ZBA. So there is still another meeting to have time. The ZBA has advertised their hearing for next week on this topic.
Well, Alicia, they're looking to us to guide them in their decision, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Right. So our recommendation could be to compliance with the engineering, right, the engineering and traffic recommendations. I think actually Amanda pulled for us, she messaged me in the background, the exact language for the building commissioner's letter is that the Community Development Board will perform a site plan review and submit its recommendations to the ZBA.
I think generally the way we do it, I'm just going back to look at some of the notes. We would vote to recommend that the ZBA approve the site plan review application with a set of conditions. And those conditions would be our design recommendations. And the ZBA can kind of take them or leave them. Because it's a recommendation.
In terms of Tim's comment with the traffic, since the traffic was discussed at this meeting and the board will ultimately recommend the list that Alicia read off, I could always revise my portion of the letter to the zoning board to say we're in concurrence with what the planning board is recommending, since we all just discussed, the menu of options and came to some conclusion that will now be different than what's written in my, original memo.
So those were the items that we captured in our notes. Were there other conditions that board members may have mentioned that we did not capture? Okay, we're human.
Not off the top of my head, but generally go ahead, Mr. Vaney.
So I just said, and if I don't want to interrupt anybody, if somebody had something to say, I just wanted to go back to one of the comments that Planning Director Hunt mentioned regarding our interaction with the DCR and potential signal heads. I think in some of the comments from the board members, it was very, at the very least, if we could engage them about the signal timing as opposed to equipment, I think that's a significant difference that I'd like to just put that out here. I think that's a little different than installing new equipment on there. We're comfortable reaching out and seeing if signal optimization can be done with minimal pain to everybody. But I think that level of revising the equipment out there that Rod had mentioned, they're looking at that whole corridor anyway. I think that's probably not something we want to.
I would be okay with the just talking about signal timing, optimization, and checking the yellow and all red and pedestrian interval times as well.
Thank you.
I want to work with DCR to improve signal timing at Mystic Valley Parkway and Boston Ave. Do you want me to put an addition?
And Auburn Street. Yeah. Those are the two high crash locations.
Could I, this is Rod Emery, could I ask a point of clarification? Todd mentioned there's a $20,000 cap on these. So if we have these conditions 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are all traffic related, are they subject to a $20,000 cap so that we might only do 1, 2, and 3 or 1, 3, and 4 if they amount to $20,000? We need some language about the $20,000, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that was a recommendation to the board so that, because Todd did not want us, the board, to require everything on his list, and was trying to give some guidelines about what would be a reasonable amount of things.
I think, go ahead, Mr. Blake.
Sorry. And I just, that was my personal recommendation of, it seemed appropriate in terms of the level of impact and the cost, but the board may or may not agree with that. So, and then some of the things that we did discuss, like how far up Boston Ave you go with the bicycle treatments, that impacts the cost as well. That's what I was getting at. Depending on the final menu, it could be under, at, or over that.
Okay.
And I don't want to assume that the board is in agreement with the 20 or not either. So.
Yeah, and I don't think we're in a position to really obviously cost these things out and make a decision, but I do think we've had a productive conversation about what we think is important, and we've narrowed down, I believe, in a way that you guys, the proponents, can manage. If you disagree with that, then you should probably say that now, but I think it's a reasonable set of conditions.
Yeah, I do too. I think, but I don't disagree that there should be some kind of a limit to it. I would hope that the board would consider that if we did enough work, if we made an investment here in something, one of these items is $25,000 and that's the one we're going to do, then that would be reasonable. I think it's the approach that there's a handful of things that are important, and if we can accomplish all of them, great, with a reasonable amount of cost, we're for it, but we don't want to be burdened by, okay, this is $100,000 worth of stuff and that's what we're going to do. I think we'd like the board to consider that the $20,000 is a reasonable amount of mitigation for a project of this scope.
Relative to pretty much anything else, signal timing is pretty low cost. So.
It is, but we're gonna unfortunately though, you're gonna spend money on the traffic engineers to kind of figure that out, and that's gonna be which is why we were kind of leaning towards some of the things, as we mentioned at the beginning, some of the things that had real impact. And I know that I'm not discounting that at all, but there's going to be cost in that and maybe that cost is worth it. You know what I mean? I just didn't know whether it's physical, and it is physical. So that's fine. I think some of that money we spent with engineering, and that's okay too.
Rod and Mike, is it reasonable to think that we could get our own internal sense for the ballpark on these costs between now and the time we're scheduled to be in front of Board of Appeals? And that if these folks make a recommendation that says they think this is an appropriate scope of work, but we'll be able to respond more specifically in our next presentation?
Sure, we can definitely come up with cost estimates.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to think we're in the right ballpark, but this is all coming together and in real time, and appreciate that everybody really is rolling up the sleeves and just talking about these issues. We're right with you. We want the project to be a success. In order for it to be a success, it not only has to be, imminently leasable. The market needs to want what we're doing, but it also has to fit with the neighborhood and has to fit with the rest of the campus. Like I said, we're not looking to create problems, so we are listening.
Yeah. I think that's a good suggestion, Mr. Clark. And, we have the opportunity to tweak the language a little bit. I can finalize it with the city staff before it goes to the ZBA. So, there's some time for you guys to be in that loop still.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Furtado.
Sorry, Andre. I just wanted to piggyback and say we're definitely not looking to cause you financial hardship, right? But we're also not looking to lowball the community area. So just as long as we're able to, apply what makes the most sense there, I think that's what that'll be the best result for all. And again, we're not looking to put you in economic hardship, but we're also not in a position to deal with costs at this point. So the more that you can do to help us help you, as Andre has already laid out, would be most beneficial.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And this is Christy Dowd. Do you mind if I just make one more point? Just in terms of the, thank you. In terms of the commercial space on the ground floor, when it comes to the neighborhood, I would encourage you to have more conversations with the abutters and the neighbors and make sure that it's something that people also want that there and they, would like to have in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's a good point. And to get a local independent business if possible. Mr. Schrader.
Yeah, Christy, I'm glad you brought that up. In the industrial district, the ground floor uses that we would like to see there aren't permitted at the moment. So if it stays the same, those would actually have to come back for approval as a use variance. So maybe we'll get that changed in the meantime. There's some discussion through the recodification process of adjusting that, but I think we're all in agreement. We'd like to see active, neighborhood friendly uses on the ground floor. And we might have to get approval for those when it comes up.
Great. Any other final thoughts? Thank you. So I think we could entertain a motion at this time to approve the project, recommend to the ZBA site plan approval of the project with the following design recommendations. And those recommendations would be the ones that Director Hunt just articulated, and that it would be the language to be finalized by the community development staff and approved by the community development chair. Would somebody be willing to make that motion? And you don't have to repeat it.
This is Jackie Furtado. Since I do not have to repeat it fully, I make the motion to. Anyone want to
Right.
second the motion?
Thank you, Jackie.
This is Christy Dowd. I'll second.
Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. Roll call approval on the motion. Yes is approval and nay is disapproval. Let's see, Kless Andreasen,
Yes.
Christy Dowd,
Yes.
Jackie Furtado,
Yes.
Deanna Peabody,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, with David Bloomberg recusing himself from this discussion. So it's unanimously approved by the Medford Community Development Board. Thank you everyone
all
for
so
taking
much.
so much time.
Thank you all for all the time you've put into this to echo Dennis's earlier comments. Thank you so much. I know you got more business this evening. So we'll check out. Thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks. I should say, we didn't actually talk specifically about the design, but, absent the, independent of the scale issue, I think it was, it's a nice design, and thank you for putting the time into it. Obviously, the fact that it didn't come up meant that it was something that people did like.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Good
You all
night.
have a fantastic evening. Thank you.
Too. All right, I know it's a long evening, folks, so there is one more thing we need to do, which is review a bond release request for the Macklin Road definitive subdivision. And just to summarize where we are on this was a 3-lot subdivision that was approved with conditions by the Community Development Board at a hearing on July 26th, 2017. We approved a performance bond amount of $600,000, which was reduced to $194,037 last year in 2020, based on the work that was completed at the time at the recommendation of the city engineer. The applicant has now requested that the bond be released to $5,000. The engineering division has conducted a site visit and inspection, and they're recommending reducing the bond down to $19,550. That includes some contingency. So let me go to the applicant to present their request. I think that's John Valdina and Benjamin Minix from Eagle Brook, the applicant, and Benjamin Minix from Eagle Brook Engineering. So I don't know if John, you want to take it away?
I'll take it. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Benjamin. And sorry for the long night and wait on this.
It happens. Thanks for sticking around at the end. I know sometimes get cut off, so it's good to still be before you. So again, Ben Minix with Eagle Brook Engineering. So we are requesting release of the bond for the Macklin Road subdivision. We presented a letter to you as well as Tim McGivern, just documenting along with the as-built plan what has been completed. And then Tim McGivern provided a memo in response with some outstanding items. And I don't know what the best way to do this would be, to go through the items on each line, or how you want to review it.
Maybe we could just go to Tim and get his feedback on it, so we don't have to go through everything. Alicia, Director Hunt, are you
I
gonna?
was gonna say, it seems to me if there are items that you agree with, you just agree, and if there are, go through the ones that you disagree with. The board, if anything that you agree with, and the board is just gonna agree with Tim if you agree.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
reasonable.
All right, yeah, I can go through these quick. I'll just go right down the list with the letter from Tim. First one is earth cuts on the sides of the roadway. So basically, we need to put more loam and seed along the sides of the roadway where there is excavation and some broken ledge that is exposed. So we don't object to that one. We can provide more loam. And Tim, please cut me off if I'm not understanding your comment correctly.
I would say, and Ben, on that one, if it's like that one I put a photo of, I mean, you can feather that in and put some loam and seed down over it. I think the solutions don't just include loam and seed. So generally, we're just looking for a smooth transition in the project.
Okay. The underground electric service, I'll come back to that one after. Number 6 on the list, it says a stop sign. John has ordered the stop sign, so we're going to put the stop sign in. Number 9 on the list, the trees. And we needed to get approval from the tree warden for the trees. 4 of the 6 trees were installed. So what happened is part of this project had approval with the Conservation Commission. And at that time, Dennis McDougall staked out the trees within the conservation's area as well as on the street. And so we understood that as those were the final trees for the whole project. And so that's what was installed. And then when we submitted the as-built plan, it came back up that we were missing trees and that they weren't approved by the warden. So that's where we stand at this point. And I also believe not all the species of trees were maple, and that was because there was a shortage of maple trees at the time, and Dennis McDougall recommended trees with a different root system because of the ledge in the area. So I don't know if anyone wants to make comments to that. I don't believe the tree warden's on the call at the time.
So I don't know, like Tim or Alicia, what do we do with that?
For the trees, all I need to see is a piece of paper, a document of some sort from the tree warden saying that the rooting has taken place and she approves of the trees. It's not necessarily about a placement. It's more about the trees are in good shape.
Okay. And just to address something else that was on the letter is the location of the trees, whether it's on the right-of-way side or the private property. We were discussing this in the office after we received the comments, and the road is still private, and 2 of the lots have already been sold. Actually, and it's maybe not as clear on the as-built plan, but looking at it on a CAD file, I can see that 3 of the 4 trees are actually on the street side of the right-of-way. But even with conveyance of the private lots, those are still under the ownership of the private street. It's not city street. So if the city wants to take those over, then they're responsible to maintain them. So we just would like some direction if that is the way the city wants to go, that we just come to some sort of conclusion with that. But if we're all set as far as the tree warden's view on the matter, then I guess that satisfies the issue.
Just provide a little bit more info here than Ben did, but thank you, Ben. Basically, some of these trees, and I think Ben corrected based off the actual spatial, where the trees actually land. So, the subdivision, the definitive subdivision process required trees to go in. At some point, they landed on private property, and that was acceptable. Well, the parcels, the building parcels, and that was acceptable. So now, really, the question is. Are these public trees? Are they going to be in this potentially future public right of way, or are they going to be on private building parcels? If they're on private building parcels, does the city want to have control over those trees, so they're not cut down or whatever in the future. That's really the question on the table at the moment. So, because they're trees that are put in as part of the subdivision, this board would be the authority on whether or not those trees become public trees, public assets or not. There is a hang up here that Ben, talked about. That title of the property of the parcels has already changed hands at least once. So, that might present a challenge.
So I don't know, Mr. McGivern, what is there a decision that we, the board, need to make on that? I mean, we don't really have anything to do with the, how the trees have been cited.
Yeah, it's more about the trees are required as part of the subdivision. So you need to put trees in the subdivision. I believe that's part of the regulations of this board. So instead of the trees being all in the public right of way, which you'd normally see in a subdivision, some of them are on private parcels, but they're taking credit for those as future public trees. But they're on building lot parcels, so the building owner can just cut them down if they want. The city doesn't have any control over it. So if this board is okay with that, then that would have to be documented. If the board's not okay with that, then there would need to be a way to resolve it. And I don't know how to resolve it. We can talk about that, but
I mean, I think it's okay with us. I mean, I don't know how, unless we, turn this into a public way, then I don't see how we do anything else. Go ahead,
one
Jeremy.
potential way to resolve it is to not accept the trees that are on, without going back and looking at the whole history, you could say, well, those trees don't count towards the trees in the way, and you have them put trees in the way. That would be one idea to resolve it. But I don't. Like I said, this has more story behind it, and this approval precedes me. So it's a question.
So it had required 6, and through some miscommunication, they ended up planning 4. So are there locations in the future public space, I mean, sort of assuming in the way where they could put 2 more trees that would then be public? And along those lines, I am aware that the city owns parcels along this private way.
We do.
So in theory, we could ask for trees on those parcels. The idea is, though, that there was some amenity to the neighbors who lived behind a forest, and now they live behind open backyards.
I think with my site knowledge over the last few years, I can speak to that pretty well. The city-owned parcels on the opposite side of the recently developed lots, there's a lot of ledge in that area. So although there are trees there, I don't think they're reaching their full growth potential. To excavate and put in a tree, I don't think is anyone's best interest on that area. And then the Conservation Commission actually reduced the number of trees they wanted in the back towards the wetland area, because just to put them in would cause more disturbance than to leave the area as it is. And then in order to put in trees along the right of way, you only have about 3 feet of space between the back of sidewalk and the right of way property line. So you're kind of close in there. So I don't know exactly where we'd squeeze them in.
But doesn't the city own some of those parcels, like Alicia said?
He was saying that the parcels that the city owns are full of ledge, and I don't know. I haven't done any construction or test bores or anything.
I mentioned those parcels. They are wooded parcels, so they're already sort of woods.
They're kind of fully wooded. Like, I wonder, is there space for trees?
It could be.
Yeah, I think you'd be destroying trees to put in trees in those locations.
Yeah, and I would also add in here too, like the subdivision regulations that pertain to the way parcel. So that is the purpose of the of the regulation. So I mean, I think they planted 4, and they're supposed to have 6, and some are on private parcels and not in the way parcel. So, I mean, I wish I knew the full history of how they landed, where the trees landed, where they did. The board does have the ability to say, you know, your plan has 6 trees in the right of way. And I'm just gonna look at the plans too. Do they need to put the 6 trees in the right of way, or is the board okay with the not having the trees in the way? They're on the building parcels, with obviously the risk of the homeowner cutting them down.
Does anybody have a photo of this they can just put up on the screen?
When you look
Well,
at
actually, the approved site plans show all 6 trees on the private lots.
That's what I was looking at. That's what I was going to look for, Ben. Yeah. So that's the piece of the history that I don't quite understand. I think it was approved that way for some reason. You know, so I wasn't going to put my fingers in the approval and say, change the approval around. So it was approved the way, you know, with the trees on the parcels. So building parcels.
Well, I mean, it sounds like what happened. I mean, I don't think there's anything the board really needs to do here on this. Do we need to, in writing, approve like 4 trees instead of 6 trees?
It's less about that and more about releasing the bond and are we holding money for that. I will say that the city does have what we call a back of sidewalk program, where if there isn't sufficient space in a public way for trees and the residents want the trees and the city would like to put trees in, the city does, and the city retains ownership for 2 years, and then the trees revert to the property owners, which then, I guess what Tim was just mentioning is that it means that a property owner could just choose to cut it down, is the drawback. The benefit is that the property owner is now responsible for the maintenance of that tree.
Right. So, okay. I mean, we're just talking about release of the bond. I mean, I'm not sure why we're getting into all this detail here. I mean, it's
one of the things that was covered under the bond. So when we do a building site plan review, when they meet all the conditions, we sign the occupancy permit. And when they don't meet all the conditions, we don't sign the occupancy permit. In this case, because it's a subdivision, we don't have occupancy permits that we hold over their heads until everything is done to all the conditions are met. We hold their money, the bond, until all the conditions are met. So the question is, does this meet the condition that the board had intended? I did just pull up the original written conditions for this.
I mean, I just want to say, like, as far as I'm concerned, yes, it meets the conditions. The city was involved in placement of the trees, and like, let's move on.
Right. The language in the decision was a tree shall be placed at each lot. That does not state that it should be in the right of way, and it doesn't state that it's on the private property. So actually, at each lot seems to be the condition, seems to have been met.
Okay, yeah, we discussed it, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and, just want confirmation so when the tree warden looks at it, it doesn't come back up and then we're held back another month because of it. So if we're all okay with how it is.
Yeah, it shows in the plan. So Ben, if the trees are planted, the tree warden signs off and they pull off the estimate because they're there, they meet it. So.
Okay.
So unless any board member speaks up, I'm just going to say yes, the condition has been met.
Not much. I don't think there's much more we can do at this point. Sounds like it was met at the time of.
All right. Do you want to keep going through the list?
Yes, please. New stone bound located, sunk beneath the ground surface. That stone bound did sink again, so we're going to lift that back up to grade and then reset the drill hole. I'll skip over the driveway aprons. We'll talk about that one in more detail. Stormwater system shall be inspected and maintained. I'll do an inspection on the stormwater system as well as get the updated as-built information on the stormwater structures for that weir that Tim commented on later on. The straw wattles and silt fencing, we will remove that as well. backup generators. John, do you have any pictures or anything right now, or are you going to submit that after the fact for the backup generators?
No, I don't have any pictures of that right now. I can submit some pictures. I bought generators for all three houses. They have the panel, everything is hooked up in the back of the house. All they're gonna do is just plug in to the panel and plug into the generator and the pumps will pump.
And I have seen that for lot 1. Just haven't looked at it for the other lots. The decorative stone on the side of the roadway. So I guess we'd like input from the board, whether that's acceptable or not. It's comment PL7 from Tim McGivern.
It looks fine to me. It looks nice. I think it's easy to maintain. Otherwise, I don't know who's gonna be responsible for maintaining that strip. Does any board member, anybody else care? Okay. So thumbs up.
Okay. Yeah, we kind of think that's the way to go too. I mean, no, none of the residents probably want to maintain that. So yeah, that's probably easier. Loam and seed, we discussed that. The as-built plan, we'll update that accordingly. And then the chambers for each lot, as Mr. McGivern commented, I've already made those changes to the as-built plan while we've been waiting, so that's all set. So we'll just go back to the items we want to discuss in more detail. So the big one being the underground electric service for lot 1, which is 20 Macklin Road. So lots 2 and 3, which are 30 and 40 Macklin Road, were sold about at the start of the time lot 1 was started, the building was started. So those temporary electric services were already in and then underground. So they went up to the pole, the existing utility pole that was there. Then when National Grid came out to connect the service for lot 1, because those services for 2 and 3 were already up the pole, they installed overhead to lot 1. And as detailed by National Grid, they will only allow 2 vertical service connections on a single pole. So they went overhead for that other one. Now, in order to change that to underground service, we'd have to remove those 2 service lines on the utility pole, run a main line from the overhead down the pole to a junction box, and then run 3 service lines, or connect the 2 service lines and run 1 new underground service to lot 1. So we're requesting the board waive that requirement for lot 1 since the overhead service is already installed, just like it is for the existing house at 10 Macklin. It's about a 30-foot overhead service from the pole to the house.
Tim, do you have any concerns with that?
No really concerns. It's just it's shown on the plan as underground. Everybody's known that it was going into underground, and the difference, they're talking about installing the junction splice box somewhere, on the ground and having the 3 services come out of that, as opposed to it. To be honest here, it shows a little bit of lack of planning here. I mean, this project knew that all 3 houses should have underground services. I prefer underground services. I think all services should be underground. But it's up to the board if they want to waive that. Obviously, the house has power, and 2 out of the 3 homes were done with underground services. The plan says all 3, and when I look at it, I see, why weren't all 3 done? Why wasn't this planned for? So that's kind of where I'm at. I think they should install that 3rd one.
If I can say something, when we were going to do underground onto lot 1 as well, National Grid kind of trumped on the plans and basically told us you can only do 2 per pole. And I mean, National Grid told us that, so they went overhead there. So if that's the law, that's what they didn't tell me anything about a junction box at that time. They just said we can only put 2 risers on a pole for safety reasons, for climbing, if you have to climb up, whatever, the other reasons. So they went overhead there. That wasn't my call.
I mean, any
We
board
have a
members have an opinion. I mean,
We have the letter from
the
National
house
Grid.
has power. I'm inclined to just go ahead with it and waive it.
I just wanted to speak on that, but dealing with utility coordination, it goes back to what Mr. McGivern has already said. It's kind of like a lack of planning, because if you're doing utility relocation or coordination, you're already having those discussions with all utility persons ahead of time. So you didn't find that out until after it was required.
When they put the services in, they told us they can only do 2 underground services. There was only 1 pole there. And they said, we can only run 2 underground services from that pole. This last house, it's a short run. Said, we're going to go overhead from it. That's what they told me. I don't work for National Grid. I mean, we have a letter from the engineer from National Grid that we submitted saying that.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yeah, sure, Mr. McGivern.
John, I mean, you know, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I mean, I do this work too. I mean, you tell National Grid that you need 3 underground services.
Right.
And so when you told me that they said they couldn't do it, I said, okay, show me in writing. Then the writing that I got from National Grid said that they could do it. They just need to install a junction box. So,
well, I think
what's not adding up.
That's exactly the truth. What they said. They saw the plans. I said we needed 3 underground services, but they said that that's what they told me. And then the letter later on by the engineer, whether it is to say that there is an alternate way to do it, was after the fact when he wrote that letter a few weeks ago when you requested a letter from him. So I mean, I
think we're just at the point. I think we're just at the point. Well, you know, we agree. You know, the plan said underground service.
Correct.
That's the case. Is it worth it at this point to dig a trench and do all that work? And it's just the board's decision. And we're at the point it's already installed. Is it worth to go back and do it? And that's what we're asking for guidance on.
I'm inclined to just let it go the way it is. The power's already installed. It's a short distance, but any board members have a strong opinion?
One question. Tim provided a detailed estimates for all of this stuff. Is this argument over $2,100 worth of work, or would it be more than that at this point?
For the underground service, it'd be a lot more than 21.
Yeah, underground. I would be really shocked if undergrounding would own 2,100.
It's well over. Well, there's a lot of ledge in there. We'd have to be blasting this roof from that pole to the house. When we put the temporary underground service in, there was ledge there. There's still ledge there. But that wasn't the reason why we didn't go underground. The reason was for the reason I stated. But it would be a lot more than $2,100 to put underground. Just the cost of electric supplies is going to be well over that. Never mind the excavation.
Yeah, that was it. I just took our original estimate and divided by 3, Alicia. So it's 70 foot per linear foot for trenching. And typically the electrical equipment goes in by the provider. And then the work to get it in, the excavation, the backfill, if there's concrete that needs to be poured or whatever, is done by the project typically.
We've showed up about $1.5 million for just a small project for underground utilities before, just to give you an idea. So depending on linear feet, so it's well over 2,100.
So Kless and David, I see both you guys unmuted. You want to make any comments, either one?
Andres, David, I would not waive this.
You would not waive it.
I'm leaning that way too.
And Andre, I don't know if you can tell by my questions. I'm kind of leaning back because I'm going back to the November 20th meeting and also even January. And it's like each time there's been some back and forth with just some of the city's recommendations from Mr. McGivern. So I'm just wondering if this is a trend and going back and forth with not wanting to we've let a lot slide. and I understand that we can't go back and change things from the beginning, but this one right here, it's big. And I don't want to continue to allow things to slide with this kind of impact.
I mean, we received, we granted approval based on something. And that's not what was done.
Again, I mean, it was what National Grid told us they were gonna do. It had nothing to do with any of us making any calls on this.
Anna or Christy, do you have an opinion?
I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah.
I guess I'm with Andre, and at this point,
Do you want to go over the other ones and come back to this at the end?
Yeah.
Next one is the driveway aprons for lots 1 and 2. So I believe Tim McGivern went and measured the slopes where the sidewalks go across the driveways. So there are no aprons right now for those lots. And Tim's comment is that you need aprons to meet the cross slope for that sidewalk across. And then also along with that was another comment about 93 Winslow, which didn't have aprons. And that one those were supposed to be provided aprons. So I believe John's already had discussions with the paver to get those accomplished. But I guess we just want confirmation on what's going to be required for all of the driveways.
I'm just going off not only the detail that's shown on your drawings, but the rules for accessibility. So, you need to have less than 2% cross slopes on the pedestrian crossings, minimum 3 foot width. We like to see 4 feet, but 3 feet's acceptable, but it needs to be from one driveway to the other, just like the sidewalks.
Right. I mean, that seems straightforward. Do you have a problem with that? Proponent, applicant?
John, any comments on that?
I'm sorry, I was still thinking about the underground.
Yeah, so 93 Winslow, the existing house. Yeah, I mean, we need the aprons there to keep water away. Those are supposed to get them. And so we've worked with the paver. They're going to get that done. And then the other 2 driveways, it's really not that much. It's only about 1 inch, 2 inches of pavement in 20 feet wide, 3 feet across. So since they're already out there for the other ones, it's not that much more.
Yeah, we can take care of that.
To do that.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't fly anywhere in the city. So just so you guys know, like, it doesn't fly. Like, you need to have less than 2% cross slopes on all your pedestrian walkways.
Yeah, understood.
Yep. You might as well check. I mean, I just spot check them. So it's your responsibility to make sure that they meet it.
Okay.
Was there another one coming back to?
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
That's okay.
And the last, we're just coming back to the electric was the only other one.
Just, you mean the underground, overground, above ground? That's the last issue. I mean, we seem to have kind of a divided board on this. Christy, Jackie, which way are you guys falling?
Sorry, I'm just reading the summary again.
I mean, we've seen this project so many times, honest to God. I just want it done. I just want to, like, the electricity is already there. I don't want to see it again.
And why are we forcing it to underground? Was there an actual, usually it's an aesthetic purpose, but Tim, can you remind us why?
There's safety issue.
What the benefits to underground services are?
No. I know that I just wanted for this one outside of the aesthetic purpose. I didn't know if there was a specific purpose for this one. And
I would ask you that question. I would ask the board that question. I wasn't here during the approval process. But basically, what I'm going by on is just the endorsed approved plan has underground services for all the homes. I personally prefer underground services. I wish all overhead wires were underground in general. So that's where I fall on this sort of thing. Just to kind of give folks an idea of what typically happens in a situation like this. If a developer is executing a project and they run into something that doesn't meet the plan, especially an endorsed approved subdivision plan, which is as good as regulation, and they can't do it, then they're supposed to come to the board, have that discussion, and then it gets sussed out then, well, why can't you do it? What's the documentation? I need a waiver. That didn't happen. So instead it's 11th hour, I couldn't do it, and then get an email from National Grid that says, well, you could have done it. So, just trying to frame the picture.
So I have a question. I mean, what's the burden to the developer for giving National Grid the easement? Is there, a burden on now the property, and does it lower the value? Does it impact the owners of the parcels now? I mean, I get it. There's some logistics around it, but I guess I'm just trying to sway myself one way or another by just gathering a little more facts. Like if it's not a safety issue and it's more of an aesthetic, and I understand the board approved it before to be underground, that's one thing. But if it's not a safety issue to have it overhead, okay. But then does the developer just not want to take the time to do it because, we're sort of like at this home stretch, or is it a burden and an impact to the value of the land to provide National Grid with an easement?
No, it's not a matter of me not wanting to put the time to do it. Believe me, I've put the time in, as you all know, over there. I'm down to just me. My partner's got some issues. He's gone. I've gone to hell and back with this project. I've done everything I possibly can to try to do everything the right way for you guys. I'm new at this. I'm not a big builder. I got 3 kids in college. They're out of college now. I'm a blue collar guy. So this is all new stuff to me. And what I was told, that National Grid trumps anything, that what they say goes. When they came there, they told me that. I went with what they said. You're right, Tim. I probably should have said, well, I'm going to go bring it to the board anyways. We're trying to get the last house done, and I just went with what they told me. That's the God's honest truth, and
I know, John. I wasn't trying to rub you. I was trying to be general and typical on what would typically happen. I didn't mean to point you out. I understand the situation for certain, and Ms. Dowd, just to comment on what you said, there is no safety issue. It's typically a preference whether it goes overhead or underground. And then as far as easement, that would depend on where that junction box lands. Does it land in the way parcel, or does it land on the building parcel? If it lands in the building parcel, yeah, National Grid will need access to that. Does it reduce the value of the property? I don't know. You'd have to ask the market if having a National Grid junction box on your property reduces the value. It might a little bit. But if it's in the right of way, we have those all over the city, and they're usually not that big of a deal. They get serviced every now and then, just like a pole.
If it helps, Tim is reviewing this from the plans that were presented to him, because he was not the city engineer at the time. I was not the community development director. And actually, if memory serves, very few of you were actually on this board when this was approved. So I did pull up the written, I can't even come up with the words at this point, sorry, the written conditions, the narrative conditions, and there's no mention of electrical service in the narrative conditions. So I didn't go back to the minutes from that meeting, but it wasn't one would expect that if they had discussed it, it would have been something called out in the narrative. So it's not in the narrative of this at all.
If I remember correctly, it was either install another pole or run underground electric. And it basically came down and nobody wanted to add another pole to the street. So underground was ran underneath the sidewalk and around the cul-de-sac. It wasn't about the short runs from the wires to the houses. It was more about adding another pole at the end of the street and having a long run from pole to pole. But again, I don't have that in writing. It's just based on my memory of that discussion. So you couldn't run an overhead service from the existing pole to lot 3. It's just too long. You'd have to add another pole at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I don't recall this being an issue that generated discussion. There was a lot of discussion about a lot of issues. This wasn't one of them, and I just feel like the service is there.
Yeah, I don't have any notes. I'm going to agree with that, Andre. I don't have any note. I have notes on the generator. I have notes on the granite curbing. I have, and they've, I don't have notes on this. So I'm with you now. I'm just going to say, just go for it.
So, and at this point, what we're voting is how far to release the bond. And so based on the conversation we've heard tonight, I've done some calculations. So if we revise, Tim gave us an estimate of 19,000 without the 6 trees, but keeping everything else that he estimated, that brings a total of mobilization and contingency and a total of 12,650 on the bond. If we also drop this portion, the electrical underground requirement, it brings the total bond that we would continue to hold at 10,235. And it seems like everybody's in agreement on the other items. What we did on another location was then we suggested that based on the engineer's recommendation, the chair could administratively release the rest of the bond. Tim, did you have anything to add on that?
I just wanted to talk about the trees. The reason the trees are still on there is not because of the issue with the property and where they're located. It's because we haven't received sign off from the tree warden on the rooting.
Right. So
that should stay.
We would keep the 6. So you would actually keep the dollar amount until we have the letter from the tree warden saying that she has approved them.
That is my recommendation.
But we need to indicate to the tree warden that we are okay with 4 trees instead of 6 trees, which I think we agreed was okay. So I don't know how we communicate that, but if that could be communicated via city staff, that would be great.
And Amanda can send an introduction between the proponent and the tree warden if he doesn't already have that.
Mr. Minix?
I believe the only thing on the plans as far as the tree warden is just to approve the species of maple, not the number of trees. So if we can agree on that, it's just that we need a letter that the tree warden approves the species of tree. And then that satisfies everything, I believe.
Right. Tim had mentioned that he wanted the tree warden to approve that they were rooted, that they were not going to die on us.
Yeah, that's just straight out of our regulations. And I quote, a full rooting of the new tree will be required and shall be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the tree warden. Straight out of section 8.33 of the subdivision rules and regs.
Okay. That's what it's referring to. Sorry.
Gotcha. No, I just didn't understand. Thank you.
So I think for the purposes of the bond, then the trees stay in.
That would be my recommendation. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
so I think we've given, our kind of approval to the new tree, plan and what's been done there. And then we're just waiting on the, the paperwork so we can release the bond. So I think that's fine. We'll keep that in. I think we have a majority opinion now on the board to waive the underground electricity for house lot number 1. So that can come out. And then what does that bring us to in terms of the bond?
That's just the electricity being waived. I'm going to do the math in a minute. I was just looking to see if the letter that they requested, if we have an idea of what the total bond is that we're releasing. The letter doesn't mention. Sorry, I did math. At 17,135 is the bond that we would continue to hold. So we would release the rest. I honestly don't have in front of me what our current bond is.
It's 194,000 something. So you said, did you say, what was the total again, Alicia?
$17,135 is that what we would continue to hold. And we would release the rest of it.
Do we have a motion from a member of the board to release all but 17,154?
35.
I will make that.
17,000. What's that?
I will make that motion.
Thank you, Kless. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Deanna. All right, roll call vote. Kless Andreasen,
Aye.
David Blumberg,
Aye.
Christy Dowd,
Aye.
Deanna Peabody,
Aye.
Jackie Furtado,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Board approves unanimously releasing all but the $17,035 of the bond.
And does the board want them to come back to have that last 17,000 released, or do you want to do it administratively with Tim approving, and us, between us approving that they have completed everything on this list, and then the chair signs off on it?
I think it should be done administratively for such a small amount of money.
I second that.
To make a formal motion on that, Alicia, or?
I think you do. I think you should just vote right now to give permission to do it administratively.
Okay, to release the rest of the bond administratively, subject to chair approval. Will someone make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Thanks, Kless. And I see Jackie second.
I second. Mm-hmm.
Right, thank you. Roll call vote. Kless Andreasen,
Aye.
David Blumberg,
Aye.
Christy Dowd,
Aye.
Jackie Furtado,
Aye.
Deanna Peabody,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. That motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's patience with this, and thanks for waiting so long, John and Benjamin.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Ladies.
you. And Tim, I guess we'll reach out to you for a final inspection, and I'll resubmit the as-built plan when everything's all set.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Great. Thanks, everyone. All right.
Good night.
All right. I think we can continue the next item on the agenda. to review and approve the revised rules and regulations of the Medford Community Development Board governing organization and procedure. If nobody has a problem, let's just continue that to the next meeting. I see some thumbs up. Excellent. And then miscellaneous. Can we also continue this, or is there something that we need to address here, Alicia?
I was just going to tell you, you guys had approved BJ's. You may have seen that their gas station permit was denied by the council. That is now being appealed through the courts. So they're going to need an extension of the permit from this board because they had 1 year to begin construction. Their permit's going to expire in September. So on the next hearing, that'll come in front of you.
Okay, great.
And I think the other thing is that the CD board terms that things that just, the mayor didn't have time to address this while we were dealing with the budget. I've made some recommendations to her. We also got legal counsel formally informed us that everybody's term, you stay a member, you stay your position unless somebody else is appointed in your place. And so holdover, it's a very standard legal thing with boards and commissions. So we weren't concerned about everybody or half of the board expiring. The mayor plans to have, I've made recommendations to her and she plans to get back to me about what she's going to do by the end of this week.
Alicia, I have a question on that for myself. So say, for instance, the governor, because mine doesn't expire until the mayor's term expires. And maybe, I know she's running again, but I'm just wondering, I'm sort of in the crossroads. And should I just sit still? And even if it did expire in January, do I have to scramble to try to figure out my next, I just don't know.
Since you're appointed by the governor, I don't know how that mechanism worked, but I assume things at a state level take time. If we wanted to put in, sort of initiate that process now and not wait till January, I think that would be a very appropriate thing to do. If you wanted to be reappointed by the governor, we should initiate that process. If you do not want to be reappointed by the governor, then we should begin a process to have a new appointment made in your place.
Okay.
But we can discuss that offline. Either this week or in 3 weeks, I'm going on vacation on Saturday.
Okay. Thank you.
Served one, I'm sure. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Sorry this was a long meeting again. I know we had a string of them earlier in the year, and we kind of decided to avoid that. I think, I've talked to the CD staff, and this was a little inevitable, but, I've asked them that we'd rather have an extra meeting during the month than have a long meeting like this. And limit it to one public hearing per meeting. So just so you know. So thanks for your patience and for hanging in there so late.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I will make a motion.
And second.
Thanks, Kless. Second by David. Thank you. Roll call vote. Kless Andreasen.
Aye.
David Blumberg.
Aye.
Christy Dowd.
Aye.
Jackie Furtado.
Aye.
Yenna Peabody.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. So meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.